dar per vieną. Ai ne.
Nepatogiai kitus fotografuoti.
Ką?
Čia nepatogiai kitus. Nepatogiai kitus fotografuoti.
You see, it's better. Otherwise, I look like a Queen Elizabeth. Whoa. It's there. Whew. Okay. Boom, boom. How many? 45 minutes. I will have, and I can mute the microphone. How can I mute the microphone? Now much, nope. It's immutable. Immutable microphone. Okay. Don't bother, I'll just do it this way.
45 minutes?
With questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Not that much, but who cares?
Yeah.
I will still cut a break, so.
Okay.
No worries. Ba-ba-ba-da-da-dum. Oh. Oh. So, should we start or should we wait for someone, for a special guest to come? No special guests? Okay, great. So hi everybody, and I have introduced myself already. I'm Edward, I came from Latvia, and my official title is software development coach, because if you call yourself consultant, no one will trust you, right? So I'm software development coach, not a consultant. And most of the time, I work on reducing complexity. I actually help people deliver stuff and get things done in the most effective and efficient way. Therefore, I hate Jira. All right? And I see the whole room packed of people who are fed up of this enterprise stuff, right? Because I also believe that enterprise, agile, and large scale, and agile can be fun to work with, and it can be lightweight, right? Do you believe it? That it can be the case? Who believes that enterprise or large scale agile can be fun? Exactly, it should be fun, right? So it's about people, it's about work and all this stuff. Okay, first of all, before I start, I want to make some noise in Twitter. Just give me a second, I want to take a selfie. Just a second, we have more than enough time. Just give me just smile, guys, because as I usually say, I have to, because I will publish it on the social networks, and if you will not smile, people will think that I suck at conferences, right? And they will be right anyway. Just smile. I see the one guy is with a sad face, so just smile. Seriously, guys, you're not smiling. Oh yeah. Oops, where's my face? Here it goes. Yeah, that's it. And I'll publish it on Twitter later. So, I promised you jackpot, right? Here it goes. I promised you girls. No, boys, I promised you beer. By the way, we have a beer bottle. Roman, give me a bottle of beer, please. Here I go. Anyone? Beer? No? Okay. Here it goes. Please pass beer to that guy. Exactly. I want to get drunk after Jira talks as well. That's how it is. Oh, and my slides crashed. Just give me a second. Wow, that's a risky one. That's a risky moment. It's a sabotage. It's called agile sabotage. People in a different room are just trying to break things here, right? Because we're technical guys. Who's a technical guy? Who's a technical girl? I caught you, right? Great. So, great. So, by the way, I also found jackpot beer girl. All in one. That's funny, yeah? Yesterday, I didn't know that such a thing can exist. So, I'm going to talk about software architecture anti-patterns with you, things that I find prevailing in nowadays in different projects, boring enterprises or small startups. So basically, I see the same things all the time. And it's not going to be very, very deeply technical stuff, but I encourage you to listen because maybe you'll get at least a few takeaways and the food for thought. So, let's start with the first one, anti-pattern, which is called Yagni architecture. Or basically, you ain't gonna need that architecture, right? So, the thing is that Yagni architecture comes because we have a fetish on the technologies. As a software developers and technical guys, we're kind of buzzword fetishists, right? We really love our software to be fancy, very great, and nowadays everyone would like our software to be like a reactive, right? Reactive because it's the way to go, or microservices, yeah, it's the way to go. We want our software to be backed by Cassandra or MongoDB, even if you have only one JSON document to store, right? No problem. We also want 5 nines uptime because it's about resilience. John Allspal tells everyone that everything should be resilient, right? There's no way to go without resilience, and blah, blah. And there are reasons for that. First of all, it's about fashion, right? It's a fashion. We want to work on the fancy stuff and want to be modern and fashion, which is good. there's also a tendency, something that's called like a CV-driven architecture, right? Basically, people hunt us on LinkedIn via buzzwords. They look for us via some fancy skills like big data. So if you don't have big data skill at LinkedIn, probably you'll not be found by a great innovative company. And you're lucky enough if your company understands that and lets you use these fancy technologies, right? It's called marketecture. Architecture based on marketing, because basically it's pretty hard to hire developers which for a company which does not really use fancy technologies, right? If you run on an old stack, you can't really attract people, and that's a huge problem nowadays. So you have to look at this architecture direction. But it's a problem, and here's the story. Basically, I had a friend of mine who recently produced a tweet, about a year ago recently. He said, well, how can I get the business blessing to break application into a microservices? And I said, well, you have to find the constraint, basically, find the problem. Maybe there is a microservice there's a service that slows you down for some reason, like rip it out from your application, and observe. Stop and observe and see. Maybe there are more bottlenecks, but stop. Don't just try to break the whole monolithic application into microservices. And it made him extremely sad. It made him very, very sad because he was so enthusiastic about microservices that he didn't really want to listen. He said, Eddie, you're talking crap. You don't get microservices. That's the way to go, right? That's the way to go. That's the only way to go. And basically, what he said, I'm going to exaggerate the problem, and I'm going to convince the business and sell them the idea of microservices. He won. He sold the idea of microservices. That's the way to go. It scales software development, but they had like 15 developers in the team. Well, what a problem, right? And he spent a year on this microservices with his team. He created a tiger team around microservices. That's how it usually happens. And then you know what? He left. He left just before the moment when company realized that they spent huge amount of money on things that they don't really need. And I think it's pretty sad, right?
Yes, your mic is...
Sorry?
Your mic does not work.
Who cares? I say it's sabotage. It's agile sabotage. Someone create a task in Jira. Please break Edward's microphone. Help me! Developers, let's strike back. I'm running out of jokes. Here. That's for CC, right? That's for me. Okay, so basically, what I want to say that it's not very ethical, right? You have to understand how your business makes money and whether things that you do is the right thing to do, which is obvious. And my message is that some software actually is never intended to stay out of the ground. And chances are that right now, my friends, you are working on software that will never be very cool. Maybe it's just simple software, some simple app, and there's no way to innovate. And that's hard, right? It's sad news. We want our software to be fancy. But there's no reason for that, and it's sad. That's why we try to invent the wheel or introduce some new technologies. And I have two suggestions for you. The first one, just leave your company. Just leave your company and find some other company that is innovative enough for you, where you can apply your skill set and, I don't know, use Cassandra, Mongoose, Eric's Java, all these fancy technologies, and just be happy. But maybe your company is not for you, seriously. Just what's better, to be ethical or lie to someone or spend someone's money, which is usually not yours. And but there is a second option as well. Maybe you can find the way how to make your particular business innovative. Maybe you can find the place where you can introduce some cool business change and technical innovation will follow. Basically, business innovation comes first and then technical innovation follows. which is a good thing. And I have a real example. Like basically, I worked with a team which found out that in their product there was a problem with the reporting. Basically, they didn't have a reporting, and they introduced like Kibana and some other tools like that let them that gave a business more insight to their software and gave some data, and they showed the demo to the management, and management said, "Wow, that's a great thing." And they did it in a spare time, actually. And they end up in the big data project in a year because they got business buy-in. So they found the place where their business sucked. They solved the problem, and they brought innovation. If they didn't do that, they would never get this big data stuff, right? So that was my message. But there's an alternative to Yagni architecture called kind-s architecture. Don't try to Google it. It's my invention. It's copyrighted. Kind-s architecture. Or keep it need-driven and simple, sir. Right? So let's go to the basics. We have to understand. You want to take a picture? But we're running out of time. We don't have much time. Woohoo! We have to run fast. Agile way. So need-driven. What does it mean to need-driven? We have to understand the basics, the needs, what our company has. Because a friend of mine said once, architecture in the sake of architecture doesn't work. It's nonsense. Architecture should have a purpose. So we should become better at understanding requirements, which is obvious, but we don't do that. Let's say, do you really need 5 nines after the dot uptime? Do you really need that? Or maybe 2 nines is enough. And it can make a huge difference. It can save you millions of euros a year just because you think about it. Maybe you don't really need this one, like 5 nines after the point. Or do you need 100% data consistency? Or do you really need, let's say, some high concurrency in your application? And if you do, maybe you don't have to make your full application reactive or based produced on top of type-safe stack. Maybe you can create one service which is reactive and leave the rest of the application as it is. Why not? Right? So requirements, obviously. Risks. Do you know that Clojure developers, they tend to drive fast motorbikes? Yeah? And Cassandra experts usually win lottery tickets. Yeah? That's the things we usually don't take into account when we choose technologies, right? And there are constraints. And I really like that because you should understand that your company has a different constraints rather than Google, basically. Money, people, innovation budget, whatever. Deadlines or something like that. Do you have a domain expert on board when you want to introduce domain-driven design? Everyone is blabbing about domain-driven design, right? Which is a good thing. Can you really do domain-driven design without domain expert? Well, will you Google domain terms and business in Wikipedia or in Google? No, you should have domain expert in-house. So different constraints, right? And I usually hear, but Instagram, let's say Instagram did that. We have to go the same way because Instagram did that. Well, you probably heard the story that Instagram launched their product and scaled their product with 2 developers. On the 2 developers, which were ops guys, well. The 2 developers which served as ops guys. So they scaled their software development, but are we Instagram? Are we Instagram guys? Do we have the same skills, the same mindset? Maybe we have wives or children and all this stuff. So absolutely different constraints, right? And the thing is that I think that most flames and holy wars comes from the fact that we don't really understand the constraints that we have. And there's a Maslow's pyramid of software development. Basically, you should really understand where your company is now. Oh, this microphone makes me crazy. Let's say, is your business profitable at this point? If it is, well, maybe it's a good idea to start doing more innovations like, microservices stuff. But if your business is not profitable, should you really invest in a better technology? Maybe no. And if you look at this picture, which is taken from a Lean Enterprise book, basically Lean Enterprise distinguish 3 different evolution steps for your products, which is like
And the most important for me is like are explore and exploit. Basically, at explore stage, you don't really know what your product is and what people are willing, and whether people are willing to pay for your product. And at this stage, do you really want to have a fanciest possible technology and apply test-driven development and blah, blah? You don't know because you don't really know whether it's worth investing in your software at this stage. And it answers a lot of questions. However, when you pass this step, cross the chasm, and go to and enter exploit phase where you validated your business idea, maybe it's worth to invest. Right? There's a huge difference. Okay? Simplicity. I'm not going to talk about simplicity a lot. But Chad Fowler talks about simplicity, how they make simple stuff, and how it's important to keep things small, tiny, without extra complexity. Kathy Thier actually talks a lot about simplicity, even by connecting the way our brain works with the way how we produce software, right? And this is a statement of Mr. Obvious, right? Just pick the simplest possible solution that you know and ship, and just get things done, right? And it's very tempting when you are in a startup or you change the company, you join some startup, let's say. It's very tempting to do a startup, to run a startup, and learn something new. You want to mix these two things together, right? You want to create some cool product, and you want to build it on the fanciest technical stack, right? That's how it is. But it's very tempting, but you have to stop this because you don't want to struggle with the fancy technologies you don't know at this stage, right? You will have a bunch of things to learn besides technology, right? And the message is that actually it's always easy to add complexity later. You can always add complexity later, but it's very hard to reduce complexity when it's there, right? So you have to start with something simple and then add complexity if you need so. Maybe you will never need that complexity, but once you have complexity in place, reducing it takes much effort, right? And optimize for change, which is also important because we tend to make our architectures generic and flexible, but it comes with a cost. Have you heard about use and reuse paradox? Who have heard about that? Okay, so the thing is that things that are easy to reuse are hard to use. Right? Because they're more complex, right? You don't know anything about the future. Future is unpredictable. And flexibility makes things much more complex. So what should we do? What should we do? We have to optimize for change. We have to optimize our design so we can change things easily and roll back our decisions. Let's say it's a very common situation when you have a technical decision. Should I choose A or B? So how many options we have? Go with A. Obvious, right? Or it's not obvious. It's obvious. It's obvious, right? So go for A. Go for B. Don't decide. So, And you can also basically reduce the cost of your decision, basically by introducing abstraction. You can make, so you can go for A, but make sure that it's very easy to switch to B next time. So you kind of choose something in the middle by abstracting things. So basically, make things easy to understand, change, and replace, and swap. Obvious, right? Nano-service architecture. Why not micro? Because I'm afraid of calling anti-pattern a microservice architecture anti-pattern, because if I say that, I will get a huge blame. So nano-service architecture, right? Because most microservice architecture end up nano-services. We end up with services which are too small. And that's insane because industry says that our services should be of a particular size. So how big should a microservice should be? Exactly. That's the right answer. So what industry says? That microservice should be at most 300 lines of code, something like that. Have you heard that? I heard that. Or microservice should be rewritten in 2 weeks. It should be possible to rewrite microservice in 2 weeks. Or my favorite, a microservice team should not be bigger than a 2 pizza team. So basically, a team should be, you should be able to feed your team with 2 pizzas. That is developing microservices, right? And which is actually insane, because size doesn't matter. Size doesn't matter here, my friends. Here. Okay, so, and here's the message. You think that because you understand 1, that you must therefore understand 2, because obviously 1 and 1 make 2. But you forget that there's also and in between. Which means that actually by blindly introducing microservices, just by technically splitting your monolith into smaller services, you usually get only negative consequences with pretty questionable benefits if you do it blindly. I don't want to say that you get negative consequences by default, but if you do it blindly, yes, you will get troubles. Because a data locality problem takes place, and you have to understand how to handle failures in a distributed systems and blah blah. So I would go back and just change the name of this microservice architecture pattern to service-oriented architecture, because it makes much more sense, or at least it doesn't really confuse you. It doesn't tell you that your service should be of a particular size, because size doesn't matter. And instead of this blabbing, this microservice should be of a particular size, let's forget about size. I hate this microphone. Let's forget about size and find the driving factor for the composition. There are obvious and clear driving factors that we should take into account. Here's a list of them. Team boundaries. Have you heard about Conway's law?
Верно, верно, верно.
Conway's law. We guys are risking missing a lunch. But lunch or coffee break, but who cares? Again, yeah? So, team boundaries. If you can't organize your teams around microservices, don't bother with microservices. Just don't bother, because Conway's law strikes back all the time. If you don't know what Conway's law is, I encourage you to learn about it. I'm not going to explain it right now. You can catch me later. Frequency of change. There are 2 services. One service changes much more frequently than the other one, but you have to deploy them together because they are part of the same monolithic code base. Doesn't make any sense. Maybe you have to decompose. Different responsibilities. Your software systems has different responsibilities, and different people are responsible for the services. Decompose. Different cross-functional requirements. Some services may go reactive. Some of them shouldn't really. Decompose. Different technical stack. I want to try Groovy or Clojure. Build different service. Leave your code base, major code base, untouched. And just prototype. You say, if you need a prototype, create a service, just play with it and throw it out, or integrate it back as part of your software. Which is pretty simple, right? Does it say about size? Is there something about size? No. That's why microservice stuff is pretty confusing. And staying big is actually okay. Absolutely okay. Because benefits of service-oriented architecture are definitely not in size. They are not in size, and you have to decompose wisely. Okay? Structureless architecture, which is actually architecture when there's either no structure or there's such a structure that doesn't really bring any benefits. And here's the example. Boo. That's how we usually package our software. Controller, DAO, a domain service. Who has that? Choo. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Come on, I know that. I know what you did last summer. Okay. So I'd like to burn this approach in fire. Really. So, Uncle Bob, or Robert Martin, says that there is a notion of screaming architecture. Your architecture your structure should scream about itself. Basically, it means that when you open your structure, you have to understand what your application is doing. In our case, our application is doing configuration, controller, DAO, domain, and exceptions, right? And it's insane. That's insane, but that's what I see here, and you too. That's insane. So it doesn't really reveal high-level components of the system, which is a bad thing, right? It actually does not reduce discovery cost. Basically, if I want to fix or find a source of a problem, and usually problem does not come with exceptions or DAO, right? There is a problem in particular functionality usually. So you have to collect your functionality back and just go to those different layers and find where your functionality actually relies, which is not very good, right? How often a source of a problem is a particular layer? Never, right? Never. And it doesn't really improve comprehensibility, meaning that I can't really study one particular part of functionality at a time. I have to care about the rest, because probably when you open the controller package, you will see a bunch of different controllers which are unrelated. And probably if you split controllers into smaller parts, there will be all these parts mixed together, right? Okay, and it actually does not enable Poka-Yoka, but which is a guiding principle in lean software development, like a constraints. Basically, in this case, it's really hard to express dependencies between functionality in an automated way, like by using a tool like a Structure 101 or Maker, or I don't know, JDepend, something like that. So it's very hard, and it doesn't force you to think where to put your functionality, which is a bad thing. What if you do it differently? What if we do it differently? What if we start grouping our software artifact according to functional principle? That will make our structure much more cohesive, which is a good thing, right? So, I see what our application is doing now. I see that there's different services related to groups, group work, discover, meetups, membership, user registration, validation, blah, blah, blah. I can reason about my software. I can actually, let's say, and there's different benefits that can come later. By the way, I can put acceptance tests in these particular packages. Let's say acceptance test for validations goes there, which is good. So it answered the question where to put acceptance tests, let's say. Discovery cost. I have a problem with meetups. I go to meetups. It's all there, collected together. Comprehensibility. If I study meetups, I don't have to care about stuff that is related to registration, validation, blah, blah. And it enables Poka-Yoka, basically. I can express functional dependencies. I can say that user can depend on the group stuff, but not vice versa, which is great. That's an interesting one. Controversial, dangerous, people are not doing that, but it's good, and it works, actually. So, what if I tell you that we can apply service-oriented mindset to software structure, and we don't really need to do distributed software development? So we can benefit from our service-oriented mindset when we work on a monolithic code base. You just keep services within your software decoupled, they communicate, there's some well-known interface, blah, blah, blah. Pretty interesting, right? And it's the first path towards SOA, true distributed SOA, because once you have a properly managed structure here, it becomes much more easier to go to a microservices, something like that. Let's say you want to extract, I don't know, a user and a registration to a separate service. You can see how it's related to the rest of the application and understand the blast radius, basically. How much effort should you put in order to go distributed, which is a good, right? Do we have Java developers here? Java people. Java people. Okay, I'll skip the next slide then. Okay, let's talk about layering. Lasagna architecture. Basically, lasagna architecture, we end up with lasagna architecture when we have too much layers. Or it's also called onion architecture, because when you open so many layers, you start to cry. Just open layers and cry. And what if I will tell you that layering doesn't make any sense nowadays? Whoa, wow, that was loud, because I found the official benefits of layering in a book that actually describes layering. And here's the list. And most of these things doesn't make sense nowadays. I don't want to say that layering is not needed at all, but you have to be very careful because most of the applications for some reasons are layered. However, if you use some frameworks, third-party frameworks, is there a layering in place? Mostly never, but for some reasons we apply this layered mindset to business software all the time. Are we doing OSI network model all the time, where layers should be independent from each other and you can't talk to layer below and blah, 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 blah? So I think that it doesn't make sense, and this is going to be a pretty serious takeaway for you if you come back to work and say layering doesn't make sense, right? What? They will answer, if you still need layering, if you still love layering, maybe you don't need unified layering for all your monolithic application. Maybe we can let our services within our monolithic code base choose their own layering. Why not? Maybe you have part of your application that can benefit from CQRS with a separate query model. Do you really need to query your data through a service layer? Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe it makes sense to relax some rules, and maybe some services do not need layering at all. Who knows? And usually we end up with layering because our packages grow and there's a lot of functionality bubbles up, so just split your functionality into smaller parts. Just extract smaller functional units and extract some reusable stuff to third-party models and blah, blah. And that's enough about structure. That's how software architecture evolution looked like. All right, so we had a spaghetti-oriented architecture that's past. We had a chance to talk about microservices or ravioli-oriented architecture. And now we described lasagna-oriented architecture. And I'm curious to know what's next. You know, that's always a question. Okay, pizza-oriented architecture. Pizza. Okay, cool. Undocumented architecture, and you say, this guy is going to talk about documenting things, because we hate documentation. Do we have people here who is good at writing documentation? Okay, same for me, but I have to be honest with you, I hated documentation too, but right now I embrace writing documentation, because at least I can benefit from it personally. When I'm good at documenting things, it actually teaches me how to structure information, and at least I can write a blog better, I can express my ideas better in a more constructive way. It's about personal benefit. But I usually go to teams and they say, you don't have to document software because Agile Manifesto says that we have to prefer working software over comprehensive documentation, right? That's what was written there. Prefer working software over comprehensive documentation. But it says prefer. Prefer, and there's a one more word, replace. Are they equal? Prefer is not the same as replace. It doesn't say replace like a documentation with a software or something like that. If there's a situation when you can replace documentation with a software or code, do it. But there are situations when you can't really. And it says also about comprehensive documentation. Working software over comprehensive documentation. So it doesn't really say that working software is important than good documentation, which is kind of absurd, right? So yeah, who cares? So the thing is that usually hear that architecture is code. Architecture is code. Don't document your software, your process, whatever. But the thing is that level of abstraction of a code is negligible. It's too small. You can't really see the big picture. And one more objection is I remember everything. I remember everything. And that's what usually happens with the people who remember everything. No, they go after a conference, after beer, whoa! You see? He's a lucky guy, but usually people are not that lucky. So, I think that we should learn how to document things because it's a skill. It's painful at the beginning, but as continuous delivery say, bring the pain forward, write docs, right? And it's not a pain anymore. We can use markdown, some fancy stuff. And the question comes, why? Because for me personally, I don't really know how to express backups, disaster recovery, redundancy, failure, ETL, SLA in Java. I don't know how to code these things, but I think that these are important things, right, to understand for everyone. Significant decisions. When you scale software development and people join your team, you have to constantly answer the same questions over and over again. Why don't you use MongoDB instead of MySQL? We have discussed it, and the best thing that you can do to show some decisions that you took historically, but you don't have anything to show, right? And you have to answer it all the time. Or surrounding dependencies, services, consumers, how to onboard your people, bird's eye technical view. You can't really express it via code. And I have a story for you. I used to work as a software development manager in a large organization, and it was very hard to find the developers, and therefore we decided to bring outsourcing company on board to help us with the delivery. Outsourcing came, like 15 developers, and they came to my desk and said, Eddie, we really want to understand how your software works, and we had a bunch of services, all the process, so it was internal software development, internal product, and we covered everything. So actually, together with the team, we had to explain everything to these 15 guys, and we spent a few weeks on that. And it's, yes! We explained them how we get things done. We onboarded these guys, and after a few weeks, internal audit came to us. Hey guys, can you explain us how your system works? And I just, it was like explaining everything on the paper, so we didn't actually spend time on documenting it improperly. So we had to explain it once again. Audits left, and then management changed it, and they brought their own software developers. They asked once again how our systems works. And at that point, I want to commit suicide. I just wanted to commit suicide. But what saved me? I didn't have a pistol, I didn't have a gun, and I just love myself. That's the two things that solved me. So, documentation is good. It's good, and it's skill, so you have to learn how to document crucial parts. It saves time at scale. If you're in a small, like a team, you don't bother, but once you grow, you have to spend some time, and this should be part of your culture. That's a good thing. And I had one guy in the team who was so good at documentation that he didn't really want to communicate. He didn't want to talk to people. That's the second extreme, right? You don't want to go there, right? So it's about balance. So right? And what's important as well, that shitty out-of-date documentation is much more worse than lack of documentation. If you don't want to learn how to write docs, don't do that, because shitty out-of-date doc will confuse everyone. Don't do that. It should be part of your culture. It should be part of your definition of done. Yeah, something like that. Everyone hates UML. I think that because I'm talking about documentation, you might think that I encourage you to learn UML. No, I encourage you to forget about this. Forget about UML because it just sucks. It's too hard to understand. It's too complicated. For me, I admire people who know how to document, how to build these diagrams, but it was painful to learn it, right? It was a pain. It was a pain. So there's a better way, called C4, coined by Simon Brown. Context, containers, components, and classes. Very lightweight way how to express your architecture in diagrams. And by the way, diagrams look fancy. Monkey, Twitter, GitHub, blah, blah. So there are a lot of examples in Simon Brown's book, so I think that you can go to this reference and just check later. But in fact, when you organize your software around services, you can generate this fancy documentation automatically. Just a killer feature. Okay, optimistic architecture. Things never fail, right? Everything will be good. Everything will be good. But all we know that fault tolerance is a lesson best learned offline, right? We'll learn about fault tolerance when we go down, and that's when we're on postmortems, and that's how we can improve things and blah, blah. So return to this fantastic guy, optimist. Basically, all we know that we live in a constrained environment. CPU is limited, memory is limited, everything is limited, right? Networking. We live in an unreliable environment. Things fail. And unpredictable. Things never fail glamorously. I haven't heard about any glamorous failure ever. Otherwise, I would know how to prevent it. Things fail somehow in the worst possible way all the time. Oh my God. Oh my God, 4 minutes left. Wow. So, raise your hand if you know what connection or thread pools your application has. Raise your hand. One guy, and keep your hand raised. Great, guys, keep your hand raised. Okay? Their approximate size. Awesome. Just keep your hand raised. Utilization during peak load. There is a peak load usually at the software, right? At nights or days, depends. Okay? And what happens when the pools approach the limit? What happens? Great. Out of memory. At least you know that out of memory will happen. Maybe you can prevent it somehow, but still, you know that out of memory will happen. So there's a bunch of things actually that tend to happen, and usually we don't really know how to timely react on it, and it ends up something like this. You're like, bam! And then you get a call from your owners or managers, and that's the worst call that you ever can have. Hello? And there's silence. And you have to explain something right now. That's the worst feeling. I had that, and I said, hello. Something like that. That's weird. So there are things that we have to care about. Many of them. And there's a finite list of things, basically. There are things that we have to care about, we don't do for some reason. So I'm not going to cover them right now. I'm not going to cover them. I'll cover only patterns without covering them in details. You can fight against these common problems. I'll refer you to books. Who read this one? Come on, people! People, please. The only thing that you have to remember after this presentation that you have to go to a bookstore and buy this one. Don't buy this one. Start with important things. And I will steal 5 more minutes, sorry for that. Alchemy architecture. There's a magic happens. Just take a look. He takes a chair. Just look at this. And he ends up a sofa. How it's possible? So, okay. Basically, alchemy architecture happens when you join the team and no one can actually, everyone has opinion on architecture, how things are done, but no one can explain why. But everyone has opinion, and no one can explain why, which is weird. So I like this. I like running the following sanity check when I joined the company. I joined the team, and I grab a guy from a team for a private discussion, for a coffee discussion, and I ask about some architectural question. Let's say, why do these two components communicate via messaging? Why they don't communicate via REST API? And there are 4 possible answers. First one, I don't know. Someone knows. I had to go and ask someone, probably Ivory Tower architect. I have to figure it out. And they usually mean documentation, which is out of date, right? And I know. He said, I know. He's convinced that he knows. But chances are that he's wrong. And that's a problem, because when I do the same with the rest of the team, I ask the same questions, and answers are absolutely different. Absolutely different. So you just combine the answer and see that people don't really have a shared understanding of their architecture and why they do things in a particular way, which is insane, because architecture should really grow controllably, right? Controllably. We have to control our architecture. But how can we control something that we don't understand? That's weird, right? And a few ideas, basically, how can we make sure that people ride the same bus, people understand architecture together. So, first of all, make sure that architecture is visible for everyone. I like the same, very simple practice. Just get together and run this fun exercise. Just draw your actual architecture together, somewhere on the board, take a picture of it, and print it out multiple times. and pin one, like a major architecture picture somewhere on a whiteboard. And it will serve as a focal point for communication, right? Good thing. Actual state, you have to understand where you are. Before you understand where to go, you'll have to understand where you are. Where you are. The next thing that you can do, you have to know where to go. So draw the same picture, but with the expected ideal architecture. So you will see something like this, like actual state, expected state. If you go from a monolithic architecture towards microservices, it will look like this. Yeah, it usually looks like this, right? From monolithic big ball of mud towards distributed big ball of mud. Obviously, you have to make sure that everyone is involved in decision making. And I like the idea that when you get together, when you discuss some architectural stuff, you have to maintain a list of decisions somewhere, because usually everyone can't really attend meeting, but decisions are important. So what I usually do, I encourage people to use like Confluence, something like this. There was a get-together about architecture. Here are takeaways. You just create a document, like let's say, test all changes, even very technical, or wrap all SQL statements with SQL methods, something like that. And then integrate it with a chat system, like a Slack on HipChat. I made Slack bigger because it's better. Slightly bigger, right? But it's better. So, and then when people receive notifications who were not there, the most interesting things happen. They start asking questions like this. So, and everyone is on the same bus at the end of the day, right? And the last thing, architectural pitch, basically. In one product company, we decided that basically product guys who want to produce some cool feature, they'll have to pitch it in front of the team. So the first thing that you do as a product manager or product owner, yeah, you just come to the team and say, we have to do this in this particular way because it will save millions dollars, it will increase revenues, it's a great thing, wow, 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 wow. So we have to pitch your product idea in front of the team. And I realized that we can apply the same technique as software developers. When you start developing something, get together with your team and pitch how you see your implementation. How do you see the way you implement things? And discussions start to happen around it, right? And that's if everyone agrees, great, go on and implement. Probably you'll have some suggestions and blah, blah. But if someone says that it's nonsense, it's a bad idea, man. It's a bad idea. It's also great. It's a time to solve this at the earliest possible stage, right? Get some like a box fight, but come to shared understanding and common agreement. And I think that we missed some coffee break. That's it. Thank you. Yeah. Oh. Haha. If you have questions, I think that you can ask them right now, or we can have a coffee or beer. Roman have two bottles. So he said no.
So we have other one questions. Someone?
Next time. Next time.
So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And applause.
Okay. Hi, we're going to get started. My name's Lindsay. I'm very, very pleased to see so many people in this room. I'm an Agile delivery consultant, and I'm currently working with an Agile delivery consultancy called Equal Experts. And we're working on a very large-scale government delivery in the UK, where we have over 30 teams across multiple locations using a Scala microservices architecture. And those teams are delivering releases into production several times a day. This session is going to be an experience report of the best practices and the pain that that team have felt, comparing that with another team I've worked with, which is a team that are delivering a .NET monolith into production every week. So two teams, very different architectures, very different types of organizations, but both practicing continuously delivery very well. So before we get started, I just want to find out something about who we have in the room. So can you put your hand up if you're a developer, please? Great. Okay, thanks. If you're a tester, thank you. If you're a web ops support deployment type person, wow, that man deserves a lot of thanks. And any product managers or scrum masters or project managers? Great. Okay, thank you. So the second thing I'd like to learn about is how many people in the room deliver to the web? So put your hand up if you deliver to the web. Great. Okay. And now a harder question. So let's have a show of hands. So put your hand up if your team has the capability to deliver into production at least once a year. So at least once a year, delivering into production. Okay? Great. Keep your hand up. Now, so keep your hand up if you can deliver into production at least once a quarter. Okay, at least once a quarter. Great. Keep your hand up if you can deliver into production at least once a month. At least once a week. Keep your hand up. Okay. Multiple times per day. Who can do that? Great. Okay, so we've got the right kind of audience in the room. So I think you'll hopefully all learn something about improving continuous delivery. So here's an overview of what we'll cover. So we're going to look at two very different teams. One is a team that, as I said, are using Scala. I've heard you don't have donuts in Lithuania. Is that right? Do people know what donuts are? Yeah? You know what donuts are. Okay, good. And so I'm trying to use donuts as an analogy for delivery throughout this presentation. So there's a team that are using microservices delivering into production multiple times a day. We'll be comparing that with another team that has a .NET monolith, in this case a massive donut. They deliver that into production at least once a week. We're looking at the pain of both teams and also the best practices. The thing that these companies have in common, as I said, is they both do continuous delivery extremely well. We'll start off by looking at the things that have helped them to go faster with their continuous delivery. So what are the accelerators that have allowed them to improve their delivery frequency? We'll also look at the pain that is both specific to both teams and also common to both teams. What are the things that we should be aware of when we're trying to apply continuous delivery? So some context. So I had a look on Wikipedia to just get a definition of continuous delivery that we can all hang off. And I've highlighted the bits that I see as being important. The fact that it's about getting value out to the end users. It's about having short cycles. It's about having a process that is reliable. And it's about being able to repeat that process at any time. When we apply it to donuts, we're talking about taking our raw ingredients, which in this case is our code, putting it through a production line, and getting it to the end user, in which case this happy chappy at the end, as fast as possible. The reason we want to do it as fast as possible is that the teams that are deploying and making those changes, they need to get feedback as quickly as possible. They need to know as quickly as possible, have they broken something or have they added value? The reason we do really small releases in continuous delivery, so releasing the smallest amount of change at one time, is because it reduces the risk. That's one of the key benefits and key reasons for doing continuous delivery, is that the size of the things you're deploying are tiny, and so you know you've changed very little, so there's less likely that something's going to go wrong. Why am I comparing two teams? So I've had a look at, I've worked in quite a few different organizations and seen many different ways of deploying in production, and My conclusion is that there is no silver bullet when it comes to applying continuous delivery. You can find great recipes for making donuts, and you can follow those recipes and you can make really good donuts, but the same doesn't apply to continuous delivery. There's no single path that everyone should follow, no single set of instructions for doing it well. One example of this is the organization called Etsy. So they have a massive monolith that's written in PHP. They still do 50 deploys to production a day, which is phenomenal given the size of their application and the fact that it's in PHP as well. They have a massive amount of traffic as well, so they're dealing with a lot of production deploys despite having a heavy load. Compare them to the world-famous Netflix. They have a microservice architecture, over 600 services, and they're again doing very high number of deploys to production every day, and they have a high amount of traffic. So two very different companies, very different architectures, but both doing continuous delivery well. Next, we want to have a look at continuous delivery in context. So it's important that when we're looking at how to apply continuous delivery to an organization to improve things, that we focus more on continuous improvement than just on continuous delivery. There's a company about 2 hours east of here called Target Process. It's a fantastic product. If you haven't used it, take a look at it. They produce some very interesting blog posts about how their company has evolved over the last 3 or 4 years. So they have a .NET monolith, and in their recent post, the link is down there, they talked about how over the last 3 years, they've gone from doing 26 releases a year down to 24, then back up to 34. So I wouldn't call this continuous delivery yet, because it's still kind of less or more than, they're not delivering every week into production. But the key thing I found from reading this article is that they're making all sorts of improvements across their delivery or the development practices. They're not just focusing on continuous delivery, they're improving it in other areas like UX as well. And those improvements have made them a very successful company. So it's important that when you take stuff away from this and you apply it to your own organizations, that you keep in mind that the main aim is to continuously improve your whole development organization, not just focus on continuous delivery. So let's start off by looking at the teams in context. So the first team we're going to look at is the .NET monolith. So they've been going for about 12 years. They're privately owned, so that they're backed by a number of investment organizations. Because they've been going for about 12 years and they started off very small, they have some spaghetti code that's at the heart of their organization and also in the database. So you can imagine that is quite a legacy. For the last 4 years, they've been using some best practices in terms of how they develop .NET. So a lot of most of their code now is very maintainable and easy to work with, but still it's underpinned by some spaghetti code. Their application is a business-to-business application that receives a massive amount of traffic every day. It was one of the scariest things working in this organization that when we did a deploy, which we tend to do in the evening, we knew that the next morning when we came in, we'd be hit around 9 o'clock by over 100 million page visits going through the application. So it was always a very nervous moment coming in and watching the traffic rise and just hoping that we'd done a good deploy and there weren't any significant bugs. They've grown over the last few years. They're now up to about 8 product teams that are all co-located. And their weekly deployment process looks something like this. So they have good continuous integration, so they have regular release candidates being built that have been through all sorts of automated tests. They'll take one of those release candidates, run it through a manual regression test, which lasts about 2 days. Then they apply this concept called dog fooding. So dog fooding is where you take a product and you use it yourselves. So this organization, the product they made was something they could actually use internally. The whole organization could make use of it. So they would dog food it, or as the marketing people would like to call it, champagning. So they would drink their own champagne or eat their own dog food for 2 days just to make sure there aren't any bugs in it, and then they would release it into production. The second team we're going to look at is the Scala microservices team. This is a model of the Asterix village. You all fans of Asterix? Yeah. So the reason I picked the Asterix village is that they have over 30 teams, and each of those teams are working on a fairly separate service that's provided to the public. It's a very large government organization called HMRC Digital. So if you have anything to do with the UK and you end up having to pay taxes in the UK, you'll be paying taxes to HMRC. And because it's HMRC and people are paying taxes to it, that means we take about 70% of all government transactions. And over the course of a year, we'll have 1 billion transactions happen online. The part of HMRC that I've been dealing with and we're talking about here is what we call HMRC Digital. So this is something that's been essentially taking the services that this government organization provide and writing them as a greenfield project, so improving the way that they're provided. So it could be considered as greenfield. I never thought tax would be an interesting thing. I don't know what taxes are like in Lithuania, but normally it's very, very boring dealing with taxes. So one of the interesting things about tax in the UK is you have certain spikes throughout the year. So the biggest spike that we have is at the end of January, when a massive amount of people need to submit a tax return to the government. And we see in January an exponential rise in traffic to a peak of about 4 million page requests on the last day. So we're starting to prepare for that now, doing lots of performance testing, making sure everything's working fine, just to cope with that last day where it's a big hit. There's other peaks during the year as well when other deadlines happen. The size of HMRC Digital is massive. We're spread over 3 locations and we have over 30 product teams. That is something that was grown from 1 team just 2 or 3 years ago. As I said at the beginning, this organization is doing multiple deployments into production every day. One of the successes of this team is that each of the 30 teams owns their own set of microservices. What I mean by that is, to quote Werner's Vogel from Amazon, is that we apply you build it, you run it mentality. So the teams build their own microservices. WebOps provide the means to get those microservices through dev, QA, staging, production. But if something goes wrong, it's the team's responsibility to look into it, fix it, and get a fix deployed as quickly as possible. Okay, so now let's move on to looking at what the patterns are for successful practices. So what things do I see in both organizations that actually help them to go faster? So the first fundamental building block is continuous integration. And it's really important that when you're looking at continuous integration in an organization, you start with the mindset. You start with how people think about how they write their code, how they commit their code, and what the impact of those commits are on other people. It's very hard to get everyone thinking in the same way on this. We've found the most effective way is to employ this guy and assimilate everyone that comes into your organization. That can be a bit tricky though. There's certain health and safety implications of that. What equal experts do when they build a team that goes into a client site is they deliberately find people that have worked in Agile, using Agile best practices for at least 5 years. So they know that when they pull a team together, they have a set of like-minded people that are very skilled in doing this kind of work. The other aspect of continuous delivery is having an infrastructure and a set of builds that work, that are healthy. So it's useless if you have a continuous integration infrastructure where your builds and your tests take hours to run, for instance. You're just not getting feedback fast enough. One organization I worked at, they had a very impressive continuous integration infrastructure, but they were plagued by a set of builds that were hardly ever green. And so our build monitor, which you can see up here, probably most of the year had some red components. And when you see red on a build monitor and you see it there the whole time, people just start ignoring it. And it was something that really kind of hampered the team's ability to go faster. So it's important that you look at your continuous integration infrastructure and either get rid of things that are causing things to go red or focus some significant time to make sure that they get green. The second best practice that I've seen in both organizations is making sure that you focus on testing as an activity and not a phase. Most organizations, or some organizations, they have this work stream. So the product owner will define what the teams need to build. Developer will build it. Then your tester will test it. And WebOps, unfortunately, will have to deploy it and cope with the aftermath. The two avatars are from the team I currently work with. So the guy in the middle is a guy called Rocco, and the guy third along is a guy called Vinod. And that's the avatars they've chosen for our team. So this is a very, very common pattern that I've seen in many organizations. And the .NET monolith team, it was how they started when they were deploying probably about once a year, maybe every 6 months. They had this kind of handover. It's like a mini waterfall that you see here. This is not a good way of delivering a product. A better way of doing it is where you, instead of thinking about testing being a phase that happens midway through, is you help the team to realize that testing is something that everyone does all the time. So when the product owner is defining the requirements and the user stories, it's important that they're working with the team to think about how those things would be tested. How will they validate that what's been defined has actually been achieved in production? How will they measure that value? The same goes for the developer. When they're building it, it's important that they're working with both the product owner and the QA and probably WebOps to making sure that they're writing tests at the right level. They're thinking about what their code is going to do in production and how they're going to validate it there. What kind of monitoring are they going to need to put in place? Taking this approach where everyone's thinking about testing throughout means that the testers then can focus more on doing things like exploratory testing and providing expertise to the other people in the pipeline. The third best practice is having a healthy automated set of tests. So this is the test pyramid that hopefully most of you are familiar with. So traditionally it's this kind of shape where you have unit tests at the bottom, API tests in the middle or integration tests, and then at the top you generally have UI tests or end-to-end tests. These are often written using something like Selenium. So this is the ideal that most organizations try and aim for. Now, in reality, you end up with some classic anti-patterns, such as the hourglass, which is a very nice shape in certain situations, but for your tests, it's definitely not what you want to get. This is where people spend a lot of time writing lots and lots of unit tests that test every method of every class, and then often the testers in the team or a dedicated automation tester will spend a lot of time writing end-to-end Selenium tests that test every pathway through the front end. So the reason this is an anti-pattern is because it creates a very brittle set of tests. The moment you change one aspect of a class at the bottom, it means you have to change lots of your tests. And that can be very expensive, and it can slow down the development process and put people off writing more tests, or put people off, worse, refactoring the classes that are underneath them. It's also brittle at the top because if you have lots and lots of end-to-end user interface tests, then those tests are highly coupled to the user interface that they're testing. And so if you're making any changes to that user interface, it becomes hard to. There's a high cost to doing that. The second classic anti-pattern is the ice cream cone. Anyone recognize this? So this, again, is a sign of organizations that like the idea of testing, of automated tests, but either they're leaving it right to the very end, or they're thinking that it's just the job of some guy that's going to be writing automated tests on the user interface. So it's often seen where developers either don't understand unit testing or aren't allowed to have the time to do it. So they write very few unit tests. They maybe write a few API or integration tests. Then most of the testing is done at the very end and focused on the front end. And as you can see, this is very unbalanced. This is going to topple over very easily. It also has the same problem of fragility, and that the user interface test is going to be very tied to the implementation. Both organizations that I've worked with that we're referring to here have iterated over time and moved to what we call a teardrop shape of tests. This is where we'll have unit tests at the bottom, and the unit tests won't be a large number that test every single class and every single method. They'll be focused instead more on behavior. They'll be looking at how does maybe a collection of classes or a set of classes work together to provide a business behavior. You'll always have unit tests that focus on edge cases as well, and trying to make sure that the different edge cases of a particular class are covered. But the majority of unit tests should be behavioral focused. You get most value from in the middle, where you have a high number of tests looking at either doing integration or API testing. So testing from the system boundary that's below the front-end interface or the front-end API. then you want a very, very small number of end-to-end tests, the tests that cover the complete system, normally a happy day scenario. We've also found that it is better if these tests are written either just by developers or a combination of developers and testers pairing. In my experience at least, having testers do the UI tests at the very top is a bit like a kind of waterfall process where developers will write their code, say it's ready to test, and then some poor tester has to understand it and write some tests on top of that. So best practice number 4. So this is about having a very low cost deployment process and an even lower cost rollback. What I mean by low cost deployment is not the cost of putting the infrastructure and the process in place, it's the cost of actually doing a deployment. So imagine you have a paperclip that you need to send from one place to another, so one end of the room to another. It's going to be far easier and quicker for me just to fold up a paper airplane and throw it than to go and order a beluga, which is this airplane, and put the paperclip on it and send it over. It's really important that there's as little manual involvement and manual cost as possible in your deployment process. A good example that we found of this is at HMRC Digital, where the infrastructure that we've built up means that teams can deploy automatically into dev and QA and staging. For WebOps to do the deployment into production, we raise a ticket in Jira and they can do it within 30 minutes. It's done just like that. That low manual cost means that people aren't afraid of releasing into production. It's something that we know we can just do without thinking about it or worrying about it. The next thing we'll look at is metrics and monitoring and alerting. So if you're getting something in production, it's important to know that you've got something in that's not causing any pain, that's providing value. So how do we do this? We need to be looking at metrics and data from all parts of the stack. So we can look at big data, so how are people using the application on a worldwide level? What trends are we seeing in the usage? We could be looking at social media. So what are things that people are tweeting about and putting on Facebook about our application? This is something we've found very useful at HMRC Digital, where if people are having a problem with a government service, they're normally very vocal in complaining about it. Occasionally you hear people saying nice things about how easy it was to use or how simple it was, but it's often the place where you hear a lot of moaning, and that can be a very quick way of getting indication that you've made life harder, made life worse for people. You can also use things like Google Analytics to look at user behavior. So, what are the click-throughs? How long are people spending doing the process? Are people taking longer following a release, or are they actually doing it quicker? It's important to be looking at business metrics too. So, how are you going to measure success when people go through a user journey in your application? And when you do a deploy, have you increased success? Have you made it easier for people to complete a user journey or made it harder? You also should be interested in things like response time. So how quickly does your service respond to a user request? How quickly do you get a response from a third-party API? It's important also to keep a track on how many errors your service is generating. And finally, you'll want to be looking at, are you running out of disk space? Are you getting high network latency? Many organizations I work with, they look at the bottom 2, and that's it. They don't look at the rest. And that's a kind of fatal mistake. There's a lot of data there, and there's a lot of things to keep track of and to analyze. So the best tool we've found is this guy, the Eye of Sauron. Can see everything, keep track of everything, and knows what's happening. Now, in reality, we don't have easy access to this guy, so we have to come up with other things, other ways of monitoring everything. This is the typical, or the kind of the best way to monitor things. So you want to detect when something has changed, or detect when there's a problem. You want to both alert on it as soon as possible, display what's going on, and then allow people to respond and do some analysis of what's happened. The further right you get, the further more time has elapsed, and so the increasing amount of pain there is both for the people that use your application and for the people that are having to respond as well. What you often see in many organizations is this kind of pattern where you're very good at detecting things go wrong, and when you detect something goes wrong, you put it on a screen, or you show it in some kind of graph that people are having to watch. So the people that are looking at the screen thinking, oh, something's gone wrong, there's a red line or lots of numbers, and then they spend some time analyzing it and think, oh no, it's Joe over there or this team over there that we need to contact. So they go and contact that team. Lots of time has elapsed by then, so the team finally hear about it, they have to do their own analysis, and finally they respond. And this causes a lot of stress for your end users and also for the team. So doing it this way requires a certain set of tools, and I'll just take you through some of the tools that different teams have used. So for collecting all of your metrics into one place, teams have used either Elasticsearch or Papertrail. These are really great things for aggregating lots of data. To send out alerts, the current place I'm at, we use Sensu to trigger thresholds, and PagerDuty to then send out the alerts to specific groups, either as an SMS or an email. There's a massive amount of tools for doing the analysis and display, and these are just a few of them: New Relic, Kibana, Grafana, Google Analytics. It takes a long time to become an expert in all these tools, but it's worth putting in that investment. So a quick story of something that happened back at HMRC Digital. So we have various metrics going into Elasticsearch, and one of those metrics is how many errors is a service generating. Those metrics on service errors, if they reach a certain threshold, they'll trigger a Sensu alert that will then go off to PagerDuty and tell our WebOps team that there's a service that's behaving badly. They have a lookup table that says if this service is behaving badly, you need to tell this team straight away. So we'd done a release. Within about 20 minutes of the release, an alert was triggered. WebOps saw it. They contacted us because we had done the release to that service. We looked at Kibana straight away, and through seeing Kibana and looking at the requests that were causing the alert, we were able to trace back to what the root cause was and get it fixed. Probably in an end-to-end from here to the response was about 40 minutes. So I'm not going to read through this. This is just a summary of all the best practices I've covered so far. Okay, next we're going to move on to what are the pain points. Do you have Tough Mudder in Lithuania? The Tough Mudder in the UK and in America is where people pay to run through a 10-kilometer assault course. And one of the things that's included in assault course is like a mud thing you have to crawl through, and you get electrocuted as you're going through it. People pay about £100 to do this, by the way. Why? It beats me, but it's a lot of pain and allegedly a lot of fun as well. So the first pain that I've seen in both these organizations is trying to deploy without having users notice, so having zero downtime releases. It's a bit like your web application is a person running on a treadmill. They're hooked up to all sorts of monitoring devices, so you know that they're breathing correctly, their pulse rate's okay. But you're trying to make changes to that person without them noticing, without any of your metrics changing. And that is extremely difficult. It's particularly difficult if you're making a change to something that is going to be in several different states across a time period. So let's imagine you're making a change to a cookie. You're going to change a way that data is stored in a cookie. Typically when you make that kind of change, you're going to have some requests that hit the cookie or are working with the cookie that are from the old version of the application that need to work in the old way, and you'll also have some requests working with the cookie using the new storage mechanism. So you need to design your deployment mechanism and design how you make the change so it supports both of those requests over a long period. The second pain point is manual deployment steps. I'm sure the WebOps person in the room will testify this is a major pain point for WebOps people and people that are doing deployments, where they have a release and they say, well, we just need to do this step, this step, this step, run this script, check this result. And it's like, well, what if something goes wrong? It's a bit like you don't want to custom make every single release. You just want to grab a release off the shelf, stick it on production. WebOps shouldn't need to think about this thing. All they need to do is who to contact if something goes wrong. So those are the two kind of pain points that we've seen in the teams I've worked with. So let's now look at specific accelerators. So what things did I notice with the .NET Monolith team that helped them go faster? One of the great things that we did in this organization was 5 whys. So anytime we had an incident on production, so something that had a significant impact on our clients, we would get together everyone involved and ask why 5 times. And you do this because by the time you get to the bottom, you've generally got to the root cause. And these are the steps. Some preparation is a good idea, so try and, before you gather people, create a timeline of what happened. It's important if you have something go wrong in production that you have someone noting down the time of what's going wrong and when, so that you've got this data for later on. Try and get everyone that was involved, both from creating the release or putting the code in or doing the testing, to people that noticed and then responded. Walking through the timeline is a good way of starting and setting the scene for everyone, and then choosing where do you want to start, which is the best entry point for your Firewise investigation. Once you've chosen your entry point, you would then go through something like this. So you'd look at what the event is, discuss why that event happened, and then consider, is there anything we can improve that will either prevent this event happening in the next time or actually reduce this impact. Having done that, you'll then dig down a level. So, okay, so why did that event happen? Why did that why thing happen? And you'll see you go on and go on. It's very easy to have lots of different branches that you want to go down. So effective way of doing this is actually to take a group and to split them into 3 different groups and get them to look at different aspects of the incident. This is an accelerator that I think works very well for teams that have large monoliths. So the problem was that every week they were taking a release candidate that had changes from about 7 different teams, and they were needing to do some regression testing on it. And that was quite a painful process. They had done lots of automated tests, but they still needed to put through a manual regression just to double check nothing was broken. And it's a bit like doing spot the difference. I don't know how many differences there are in these 2 pictures, but there's a few. And that's what the testers were having to do. They're having to think, so we have this thing on production, and we have this release candidate. What's changed? Where do we need to focus on? Where is the risk? That information is stored in 2 different places. Your source control system tells you all of the source code changes that have happened, and all the configuration changes that have happened between production and the release candidate. And your project management tool will tell you all of the stories, defects, etc. that have been worked on. And we didn't have any easy way of combining the 2. What you really want to do is be able to merge the 2 and then produce some kind of easy-to-see report. And that's what we did. So we wrote an application that used the APIs of both these systems to, first of all, go after the source control system and say, tell me what's changed between production version and release candidate version. Then parse all of the commit comments for all those changes. In the commit comments, there'll be an ID that ties back to our Agile project management tool. Then work out both which parts of the application has that affected, so which areas like payments or APIs. So you can group all your changes by area, or you can group them by story or defect. And you can also then see what areas do you need to focus on, and what actually were the details of the change. Why was that change made? This particular organization was committing onto master, onto trunk. So their release would often contain changes that were feature toggled, and it's important to know, is there some change in this release that is feature toggled off, so shouldn't have any impact on production. Let's now look at the Scala microservices team. So what things have they done that help them go faster? So I think one of the big success stories is the fact that they applied this pattern from Amazon where teams own their own microservices. Teams took responsibility for building it and making sure it works successfully in production. WebOps would provide the infrastructure, the route for getting to the different environments in production, but they wouldn't be doing the support of those microservices. The other success factor that's related to this is that we learned very early on that with microservices, you want to minimize shared library dependencies. If you're going to build some behavior that other microservices are going to use, you really want to try and build that and expose it as a microservice. The reason for doing this is if you find a bug in that behavior that is significant enough to affect all your other microservices, then it's much easier just to change a microservice and get that deployed, and instantly all your other dependencies will pick that up. It's much easier to do that than fix a library, get it distributed to all the teams, have all the teams plan their release, get their release done. It's much easier going down the microservice route. So just the reason I had the picture of the asterisk fight is that, as I said earlier, the teams were quite distinct. So we have like a fishmonger team and a team that does the selling meat, and the ironmonger. So people that are building very distinct services that are used by different members of the public. And that also meant it was much easier to have fairly separate microservices that only had a few common dependencies. So some organizations where you perhaps have a more tightly coupled service might be a bit harder to apply this pattern. The other big accelerator for us was having backward compatible APIs. And this applying a more general principle, which is the principle of least surprise. So when you're making changes to something that is being continuously used in production, and you're wanting to have zero impact on the people that are using it, you need to consider, if you're making a change, how does it impact the other teams that are using your services first? And what we found was that when one team was deploying to dev and they depended on another team's microservice, they were finding that the other team was making changes at the same time. So one team's microservice was breaking another team's, and people were unhappy about that. People were very sad. And the solution that a lot of people thought would be great is, why don't we have separate environments? Why doesn't each team have their own dev, QA, and staging environment where we can have like a golden version, so the version and production of a microservice, so we can have a known quantity to test against. That sounds a great idea, right? No, it wasn't. Fortunately, our web ops team kind of saw that the fallacy in this, and actually realized it was better that we all share the same environments all the way through to production. Because when we get to production, people are going to be changing versions multiple times a day anyway. By keeping the same environment shared across all the teams, and it forced people to care more about the impact their changes were having on other teams, and to realize that any change they needed to make to a microservice had to be backward compatible. If they wanted to make a breaking change, then they had to start off with a backward compatible change and do lots of publicity, lots of cajoling to encourage people to migrate to the new version. So this is a quick summary of the things we've talked about for team-specific accelerators. Okay, we've only got 6 minutes left, so I'm going to go through a little bit quicker now. Oh, no, we're almost at the end. That's quite good. And so in putting this together, this talk, I've used a number of books, and these are worth looking at if you want to get more details on continuous delivery. So the first is a book that's on LeanPub called Build Quality In. That's a set of experience reports from about 50 different organizations where people that have applied continuous delivery in those organizations have written about the things they've learned. And if you go to LeanPub, you can use that URL. It gives you that 20% discount off the book. So I highly recommend that book if you want to learn more about it in practice. If you're looking at improving your end-to-end delivery process, then implementing lean software development by the Pop Index is also an excellent book to have a look at. It also includes a great chapter on value stream mapping, which is something we'll be looking at in the workshop this afternoon. Finally, the Bible of continuous delivery is continuous delivery. I don't really need to say any more about that. So who here has read this book? Who's read Release It? Okay, right. So if you're a developer in this room, and you're releasing to the web, you need to read this book. This is kind of one of my top 3 books on software development. It will blow your mind and make you care a lot more about what you're writing. It contains some excellent advice about how to deploy, particularly to the web, in a way that is going to break less things and is going to be providing a much more fault-tolerant set of services. So the next thing I want to promote is that there's going to be a workshop. We're going to start at 1:45. It's actually a 90-minute workshop, so we'll be doing it in 2 halves. We'll be looking at how to apply value stream mapping to learn about your delivery pipeline and improve its continuous delivery aspect. So we'll be doing it in 2 halves. The first half we'll be looking at the basics of value stream mapping, and you'll then be working in groups of 3 to map one of your delivery pipelines. So we'll have a break, and then after the break, we'll then do some analysis. So your groups of 3 would analyze your pipeline and work out how to improve it. And then some of the groups will present back to the room. Right, thank you very much for listening. I know it's a very crowded room and some of your legs are probably very tired. This is a bit about Equal Experts and a little bit about me as well. Any questions?
How long does your deployment take?
Currently,
From the commit up to the users see it working in production.
So there's a good story about this. So we spotted a bug in production. So one of the team noticed that I think there's a high number of errors suddenly appearing. and we realized we needed to fix this bug pretty quickly. So I can't remember if it was the QA or a developer that noticed it, but they noticed it. They had a discussion with the QA and the developer. They figured out what change they needed to make. They made the change. They talked to web ops to prepare them that we needed to do a very short notice deployment. So I think end to end, it was probably about just over an hour and a half, maybe even just an hour. There was no involvement from the product owner. I tried to stand back and let them do it because I have a high amount of trust in the team, and so does the product owner. When they see something's wrong, they know how to fix it. And our deployment process means we didn't cut any corners or skip anything. It was develop, deploy to all the environments, test, and out to production. Any other questions?
So, one more? Okay.
So if you deploy really often, does anyone have to look after, like when you start to deploy, do you have to watch if deployment goes successfully, or like, because we also deploy a lot, and we have this problem that if it takes time, so it actually takes your time to watch if everything goes fine.
Okay, thank you. So the question was about, do you have to watch deployment when it happens, and how does that take time? So we do watch deployment when it happens. So there's two things that happen. The web ops team, when they do the deployment, they'll be looking at various metrics for probably about 5 to 10 minutes after the deployment, just to make sure there's no spikes. The team will also have a QA person and a developer that will be checking our metrics and key dashboards to make sure that there's nothing gone significantly wrong. But it's probably about maybe 5 or 10 minutes, after the deploy. So it's a small amount of time, and it's worth it as well.
More questions? So, one more.
Yes, hi, just one question. If you deploy very often, how do you notify the end customers and the customer support about the changes fast enough so that they could support the clients?
Great question. So how do we notify our end customers and customer support? So those are two very different audiences. So notifying customers, we try to do things so that customers don't notice, and if they notice, it's like a good thing. So it's like a bit like how Google would do it. We're trying to reveal things gradually to them. So generally, when we're releasing it, it's maybe adding behavior that is going to benefit them, and so it's not making big changes very frequently. There's subtle changes that people would hardly notice, so you don't have to kind of give them any advance warning. The customer support thing is a bit harder to get right, and that's something that we're kind of still working on. So when we have our epics, we're working with the customer support to give them advance notice of the epics. And an epic will typically span several weeks, if not maybe a couple of months. So we give them that kind of warning about that kind of change, but we don't tell them about user story level changes. Okay.
So our time went out. Thank you for a good speech.
Thank you.
And now we are going to have a lunch. Please, everyone needs to have a coupon. The lunch will be in the first floor. So, good lunch. Matau vis dar renkasi vienas kitas. Tai manau pradėkim. Sveiki grįžę po pietų. Tikiuosi skaniai papietavot ir turime naują pranešėją. Perduodu žodį iškart ir įsijunkit. Reikia, ne?
Okay, sound should be on. Good. So, my name is Rokas, and today I will be talking about how we tried to enhance our Scrum process by some lean thinking. And I'm working in a company called Adform. We are working with digital advertising, and that essentially means two things. Thing number one, we have some very tough technical challenges, and thing number two, we are working with products. And today I will be talking about Scrum and Lean from product perspective rather than from project perspective. And that kind of have its own merits. And I started my career 5 years ago as a software developer. I'm still very passionate about the topic, but as time went on, I took a role of a Scrum Master. It was about 3 years ago. And my latest challenge was being a product owner. Do we have anyone in this room who knows who this guy is? Tell his name. Yeah, Eisenberg. That's not a coincidence why I chose this slide to represent a product owner, because in my opinion, this TV series is about product development. You see a perfect product owner here. He had a crappy team, he had super fierce competition, explosive clients sometimes, and he still managed to leverage on his strengths and kind of sort out through his weaknesses. And even though he had a huge client base, he was able to kind of cater to each and every client by providing this perfect product. So as I already mentioned, I was filling a role of a product owner for a year, and I was working with the same product for about 3.5 years as a developer, later as a Scrum Master, and at the very end as a product owner. So I saw the same thing from all those different sides, and I kind of understood that some things have to change. And today I will be talking about my personal experiments and my personal experience, how we kind of tried to improve things. So, Scrum. Everyone here most probably know what Scrum is. There are great presentations about Scrum. I won't be talking about the Scrum itself, because for me, Scrum is like a conveyor belt. It's essentially a process which turns inputs into outputs. And I will be focusing on those two parts. So you have a backlog as an input, and you have your potentially shippable increment as an output. Now, if you think about it, it doesn't really matter how good your technical quality is, how good your user experience is, if your product owner is constantly creating wrong features, if he's constantly asking for wrong features. And there is a really good way to tackle that, and usually it's called pre-development tasks and post-development tasks. Now, I approached that thing from a lean perspective, because for me, each and every task which doesn't provide value is essentially a waste, and lean kind of fits in very good because it talks about waste reduction. Now, the most lean introduction into lean you ever saw. So it's a philosophy of improvement through waste reduction. You kind of can say that, no, there are some things a bit different, but in a nutshell, it is this. It's a philosophy. There are a lot of practical ways how to kind of make it happen, but in essence, it's a philosophy. So when you introduce yourself to lean, you kind of get a habit of noticing waste all around you and lean improvements which are being made by other people. So I'm currently working in a new office, and we have a construction site nearby, and there is a canonical implementation of lean and canonical implementation of waste reduction in this picture. Can anyone spot it? Yes, somebody just shouted toilet. Yeah, there is a bio toilet up there. And believe it or not, each time they finish a floor, they take this thing out of what is the ceiling at that point in time and move it to the next floor and the next floor. And it's a great implementation. I don't really know if we know about lean or are they applying it like explicitly, but it clearly saves time and a lot of time. So that's a really good example of lean thinking. But you can get a bit more elaborate, and one of the greatest examples about lean thinking I have heard was in one presentation, and it was about medical industry. And imagine that I'm a patient and I have a cancer, which I don't, but you know, just for the sake of a presentation, I have a cancer. So from my perspective, visitations to doctor would look like this. I go to one doctor, then there is this huge nothingness in between visitations. My first visitation can take an hour, and then the next visitation could be like week or month from that. When you go to the next doctor, once again, a small amount of action is happening. When you have nothing, doctor nothing, and if you are successful, your treatment starts. Looks good, but in essence, you could have died in that period of time because it can take months or years if you are very unlucky. Now, from doctor's perspective, on the other hand, it looks something like this. You have your day start, and you have your day end, and you have patients. So you have one patient after another patient after another patient, but for some reason, patients are getting their value only few months in the future, not right now. That's a clear optimization of resources, but not of patient value. And from lean perspective, you should kind of focus on value. And if you do that, you should get something like this. You go to the doctor at the morning, and at the evening, your treatment starts. But now from the doctor's perspective, you kind of have an issue, because his day will look something like this. So not very good, especially if you are working like in public hospital. There could be like scandals and all that, why doctors are not doing their job. But in essence, now you can see and reduce waste. By understanding that your resources are utilized, you can do something about it and still bring value very fast. Maybe you need more doctors at the first visitation and less doctors at the later visitations. You can shuffle things around. So lean can be as simple as putting a toilet on the roof, and it can be as hard as finding some hidden optimizations. Now, back to Scrum. Each and every Scrum essentially starts from this thing, backlog. And by definition, backlog is a prioritized list of features. And this is where I found my first issue with Scrum, because how can you prioritize things in a backlog? There are essentially two inputs into that process, and it's your estimation made by developers, which is usually a guesstimate at best. And then you have even worse thing, which is called business value. And for me, the only tasks and features I can understand the business value of sounds something like this. As a developer, and by the way, I work in reporting with big data, so it usually sounds like this. As a developer, I want to unscrew the data of a client so that the company don't bankrupt. So infinite business value, top priority. Everything else is kind of in the middle, and it's a bit hard to understand, does this bring more business value or less business value? And you kind of feel that your product owners are being run by gut feeling. And it doesn't really seem professional, so to speak, especially from developer point of view, because these guys are the ones who love math and functions and formulas. So rather than treating it as a prioritized list of features and believing that this feature has this value, you should go a bit further and treat your backlog as a prioritized list of hypotheses. Why? Because you don't really know if this feature has any value until you kind of run it. And in projects, it's a bit different because you have a single client usually, and you're doing something for that client. So you kind of have some sort of budget, and you can understand the value a bit better. But when you are working with product and you have multiple clients, and I'm talking about thousands of clients, and all of them are bringing like fraction of the value, it's really hard to understand which tasks brings more to the table than the other one. And I am a software developer. We have more software developers here. We have product owners. These are very clever guys and girls. But there is even more clever people on this planet, and we are called scientists. And scientists have found a really, really good way to deal with hypotheses thousands of years ago. And it's called experimentation. So instead of committing to your features, you can kind of do an experiment. But you can't really do an experiment if you don't measure things. This is how our measurement of each and every feature looks. And for each and every feature we are doing, we are creating this type of monitoring. By the way, this system is called Logstash, and here you can see the Kibana part of it. It's super easy to implement. It looks very, very good. It even looks better than some parts of our system, and it gives you real-time measurements of how people are using your system. So you have a hypothesis, you can measure them. Now it's time to do experiments. And we did a lot of experiments, but one of the experiments which really stuck to me was the one which failed, and later on it kind of succeeded. So this is the old part of our system, old analytics part. As you can see from a screenshot, it doesn't look very 2015-ish. It looks more like 90-something. One developer have noticed that there should be a place to put like a stereo cassette somewhere in this interface. It does the job, it works fine, but it's kind of dated. It lacks few features and all that. So, as any good company, we introduce a new tool, which looks better, it has more things, it's more flexible, it's faster, everything is okay. So, by sheer rationale, it kind of seems that client should get that. And because we are measuring everything, we quickly understood that for each generation in the new tool, we get 10 generations in the old one. And that sucks, because we use so much time in making this tool. Now, if you tackle the issue by applying your classical thinking, you would talk with clients, and then you would kind of just commit to the tool more and more by making it better and better and better. But instead of that, we kind of wanted to do a small experiment. And that experiment looked like this. Let's introduce a tutorial into our new tool. And instead of doing that as a feature with all the research and user experience guys and whatever, we just did it in one day. And we saw a jump of usage, but now we had something like 5-to-1. So it still was bad. People were using the old part instead of the new one. And we saw that it is a bit more complex problem than we thought before. So instead of like committing and doing something for months and constantly increasing, we now understood that we have to do more experiments. And in about a week, we got a lot of feedback from our key and technical account managers, and they said that this is the best feature ever, because now they can show this tutorial for clients and they don't need to do any work. And they have requested to have a button to like bring the tutorial back, which we haven't introduced. So as you can see, your experimentation can find some hidden optimizations, even though the clients didn't get what we wanted, but we satisfied other clients. And they haven't ever asked for a tutorial like this. we ever think why we have to experiment, and in my opinion, you have to experiment too, is companies like Google. Google is one of our competitors. We can't really win by having feature parity. It's impossible. We have more resources, more people, and if we don't find anything clever, we won't be able to move forward. That's why experimentation allows us to spend less money and kind of try to find something good. And at the same time, if you do an experiment and it fails, you can learn something from it, so no waste here. This is usually called knowledge creation. And you can't really create knowledge if all the thing you do at work is doing your work primarily. Now, developers have ways to create knowledge. Code review would be one of these things. Instead of writing a code, we stop and we kind of evaluate what we did. And for me, one of the best knowledge creation initiatives was based on this principle of Lean, which is called Genshi Genbutsu, which roughly translates to go and see for yourself. I'm working with a new product, and when you're working with a new product, the main source of a pain for you is getting new clients. It's a new product, you don't have anything to upsell, so the only way to get more money into the company is get more clients. And by applying this principle and by applying knowledge creation, what I did, I was trying to sell my own product. And it was kind of strange for product owner to go with a sales guy directly to a client, and I visited few of the biggest publishers here in Lithuania, and I tried to sell my product. It was mind-blowing experience. You start understanding that your salespeople are pretty smart and they know things you don't. You start to understand that your current clients and the clients you're trying to get also differs a bit, because the clients you have, they're kind of on the same boat. And when they are on the same boat, they will usually be more honest and more open. But when you go to your prospective clients, the dialogue is a bit different. And after the very first sale call, I had new ideas. What can I create for salespeople to have an ability to sell the product better? Some sort of small tools, something you can show as a demo during your sales process, so on and so forth. Now, you can't really create knowledge if you think that everyone is equal. So don't feel bad about it. Some people are better at their work than others are. And as a product owner, you kind of have to uncover great guessers. Now, you have a huge client base, maybe hundreds or thousands of people, and they all are asking for features. And because you are in this volume business, you have to create features which will be used by others too. And some of the clients are really good at guessing those trends. Then some of those clients, and for some reason these are Scandinavian clients, I don't know, everything that's connected to Scandinavia somehow works. But they're really good at guessing trends. And if you talk to them, they kind of say, okay, if you do this, we will get that. And after some months, you can see that other clients are also using that feature. Same thing with your salespeople. Some of your salespeople are really good because they're able to uncover the needs of the clients, and some salespeople are just trying to sell a product and get a bonus. So uncover great guessers, discriminate, and this way you will get less waste into your backlog than before. Now, challenges. Challenges is an important thing in lean thinking, because if you don't challenge yourself and if you don't challenge others, you won't be able to improve. Sometimes you have to change something or destroy something in order to make it better. Now, one of really good challenges which comes from production environment is called one piece at a time production. In manufacturing world, it would look like this. Instead of making a lot of parts of type A and then a lot of parts of type B, and then a lot of parts of type C, and then combining everything into like huge amount of complete products, you should make part A, part B, part C, then combine, and then start again. Part A, part B, part C, and then start again. I saw a really great example of this application in one of the companies which is working with injection molding. And injection molding is when you have two molds, you kind of push them together, you apply plastic with pressure, and you get, I don't know, something like this, a shell of the clicker, for example. So before that, we were working by this make a lot of parts, make a lot of parts, make a lot of parts, combine and ship that thing. And they had a huge warehouse full of parts. For each and every product, we had like a lot of stock in that warehouse. But what they did, instead of that, they challenged themselves to, okay, let's take an order, make that order, and only then start making another order. And the most interesting thing now is that they are able to ship the order in about 2 hours from the order was made. And when you look at their warehouse, it's completely empty. Completely empty. They have nothing in that warehouse. So developers are kind of way ahead in this challenge when you compare them with product owners. Because if developers are using Kanban or developers are using Scrum board, this is kind of one piece at a time production. You do a small feature, you review it, you test it, you run it into production. In our company, it's normal to release every day, so we don't wait for the end of a sprint. Chances are that you start working with feature in the morning, and in the evening it will be in production. And that's essentially one piece at a time production. Now, for the product owners, it's a bit different. You have to prepare a lot of things into your backlog, then you get a lot of things done, and you kind of see those things piling up. And this is where I would like to talk a bit about definition of done. Have you ever heard the definition of done, which was created from like business side, the definition of done for product owner? Anyone? No. So I haven't heard that too. And I think that this is a bit of a problem, because developers, they have a very clear definition of done. It's usually called technical definition of done. So it has to be tested, reviewed, staged in some sort of QA environment, approved by product owner and whatever. Now, from product owner point of view, he doesn't have a business definition of done. You can very, very easily just make features and never ever return to them. No feedback, no measurements, nothing. And this is where your waste is being created. Now, I was talking a bit about challenges, and I like to apply challenges to myself. And the latest challenge we tried looked like this. This is our Scrum board. And as you can see, there is a to-do column. There are a few columns instead of in progress. There is like test, review, ready for release, and then is a technical done. When it's in production, it's working and it's all fine. But as you can see, we have this column, and it's called feedback. I don't know why, but product owners are thinking that you have to provide feedback only for those tasks which are cool or which failed. But in my opinion, if you are applying this one piece at a time production model, you have to provide feedback for each and every task. And now you have to be quick with your feedback. If you want to say that, okay, I can't provide feedback because it takes a month for clients to get accustomed to this change or whatever, you're doing your job wrong. There is always a way to promote a feature. There is always a way to get that feedback faster. Now, feedback is not only talking with client and getting his input. If you have a measurement system like we do, it can be as simple as opening a user interface and just seeing if people are using it. For example, one client could be shouting, I need this feature, it's so important. You do the feature, and he's not using it, and no one else is using it. That's it. That's your feedback. You just learned that this client is sort of a bad guesser, and now you will treat him a bit different when he will ask a feature next time. Maybe the process will be longer, maybe you will talk with him more, but now you won't just go and do it. And feedback is also important because usually it looks something like this. If something is very bad, you have a lot of feedback. And believe me, if you are working with reporting, you get tons of feedback. And especially IT. If you are in IT department, this is how your life looks like. And if something is great, then your product owner is also kind of happy and he goes to you and says, oh, that was a great thing. But if you apply that challenge to your Scrum board, it will start looking something like this. Yes, you will get a bit more feedback when something is bad, obviously. You will get a bit more feedback when something is good, obviously. But you will get a minor intensity of feedback for each and every task. And if you think about it, you kind of have to do that for developers. Your developer just spend a day or two by making something, and he has no idea if this thing was worth it. And if you get no feedback for your task, your developer will assume that that thing failed and that it's highly unusable. And the way I learned about the feedback, besides this learning and all that stuff, was during the crisis. Once again, when you are working with big data and you have a crisis, it looks something like this. Because you can't fix it in a day. You can't fix it in a week. The last crisis we had, it took us about 2 months or so to fully stabilize and to be like, done. That's it. Now, crisis is completely solved. And in around the middle of that crisis, we had a meeting. And I remember as today, one of the product owners in a heated debate told us that developers don't really care about clients. And for me, it was a shocking experience because the thing I understood that you cannot care about someone who hates you. And if the only feedback you are getting is a bad feedback, then something is like wrong, totally wrong, and you're not getting feedback for those day-to-day tasks you are doing, you will think that your clients hates you. And if you think that, you will automatically stop caring about them. Same thing in life. If you have someone who hates you, you won't care about him. And that was surprising for me. Now, if you will take anything from this presentation, take those things. If you are a developer, challenger, product owner. As a developer, you get a lot of challenges yourself. In my opinion, product owners have to get a bit more challenge from developers. If you are a Scrum Master, introduce yourself to Lean. This might be a really good platform for you to kind of jump up and increase your skill set overall. People in Lean world has a lot of great ideas which can be used directly in your Scrum or Kanban process. By the way, Kanban comes from manufacturing, so you kind of already using that. Now, for product owners, create your backlog, not just own it. Because if everything you do from day to day is just shuffling things around, pretty much anyone can do that. And if you don't understand what you are achieving, it's as good as guessing. And because I was talking a lot about product owners, they get a bonus. Measure your decisions. And it's super easy to do that. All you have to do is kind of ask developers to create a good monitoring system for your product. They will be happy about it. And you will be able to provide feedback much more faster and understand if you are creating value or you are creating waste. And you should do that for each and every feature. Each and every feature. Now, I was challenging you for the last 30 minutes or so. Now it's your time to challenge me. Or as they usually say, do you have any questions?
So this is the first speech when we have time. So do you have any questions?
You have mentioned like automating collecting of the feedback for the certain feature. So is it just a measuring measuring number of clicks and assuming that it is used or not, or are you kind of using some kind of polls or just asking whether
it depends, I guess. The most obvious way is, of course, measuring clicks, and it works. I have a bit of an issue with polls because people kind of have a tendency to say one thing and do another. But of course you can do that, because if you don't have a feature, that's a really good way to kind of understand if this feature is needed. But when you have a feature, it's far more easier to just track it. And technically speaking, setting up monitoring, as I showed you in the slides, is super easy. It took us maybe 2 or 3 days for 2 developers. So that's a super small investment.
Someone else has a question.
You talked about experimentation. Don't you think this is some kind of lottery? Because like you can't predict if it's going to succeed or fail.
Yeah, but I kind of feel the same about each and every feature, except those unscrewing the data with infinite business value. The only difference between a feature implementation and experimentation, in my opinion, is that you tend to do your experiment very quickly and dirty, and it costs less. And if you fail, you kind of can say that, okay, this hypothesis is wrong, and everyone is happy. If you are implementing a feature, you will spend more money, and eventually if it fails, everyone is kind of unhappy. So for me, this business value thing is just complete fallacy. I mean, it's as good as a guess. I mean, I can guess it the same good as you can guess it, or he can guess it. I mean, it's an experiment already. Just treat it as an experiment. And when you are working with projects, it's a bit easier because you have this one client, and you kind of have this fallback that, okay, we talked about it and blah, 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 blah. So yeah, this is the main difference, how you treat that task.
Okay, someone from here?
Hi. Question that you talked about bad client that didn't give you some feedback or something. But do you notify this client that next time they will not be like priority deployment or something?
Yeah. Just fallbacking. I wouldn't call him a bad client. So I wouldn't really call him like a bad client. He's just a bad guesser, really. Because each and every client is good on its own because he provides value for a company and you provide value for him. But some of our clients tend to guess better which features will be needed for other clients too. And of course, we don't notify him. It doesn't make sense. But you see, you can take 2 roads. You can kind of start ignoring him, which is also somewhat a bad decision, especially if he's a huge client. On the other hand, you can spend more time with him, or you can, just do an experimentation of some sort and try to combine multiple features and kind of include some of his feature requests into other features. So it's very easy to just kind of deny access to that client, but it's unproductive. So you have to be a bit more clever, like try to find a way to get away from that situation.
Someone else has a question from here. Okay.
Hello. I just wanted to clear out the interface you showed for experiments. Is what a separate third-party tool, or it's your developed tool?
Okay, so this is what you are seeing is a third-party tool, open source tool. It's called Kibana, version 4.1. And underneath it, we have Elasticsearch, which is also a free and open source tool. And there is this log aggregator called Logstash, which is once again free and open source tool. You can get those things very easy. If you are using something like Puppet or Chef or Vagrant or whatever in your company, you can get scripts for that. So you can even create a machine automatically without pretty much any development. And you will get this tool running. It's very easy to use for developers too, because it's super flexible and it can adapt to pretty much any logging situation you want. And believe me or not, our product owners have learned how to query Elasticsearch. And they're writing Elasticsearch queries directly to Elasticsearch to get the data of usability if they don't have a screen set up. So once again, a great way to gather feedback and not overburden developers.
Okay, so that's all. I want to thank you for the good speech. And please leave feedback. You have a paper feedback form in your bags, and here is a QR code. So don't forget.
Viens. Super. Mhm.
So, I think everyone is here, and let's begin. Okay, so you can talk.
Okay, thank you. So, nice to see so many people here. So, I hope we can start, and if anybody is late, they will easily join. Because I hope that the most interesting part will be at the end when I speak about case studies. But still at the beginning there will be introduction, and I hope it's still valuable. My name is Victor, and today I will speak much about value. Yes? Please raise your hands if you use story cards to organize your backlog. So few. You come to Agile Tour and you don't use story cards to organize your backlog. What do? Have requirements documents or what? Okay, but okay. I hope at least you have seen that picture on the wall in your room. A lot of story cards, a full bunch of story cards. Yes, and perhaps you know you use the canonical form of a story card. As a user, I need to perform some action so that there's value. Yeah? But whose value is that? Is that a user role? And how can we measure that value? How can we be sure that we really deliver value to that user through the user story? Yes? And there's always planning, which is going on. We plan for a long range. Let's say for a year or 2 years, and we call it a roadmap. We plan for a mid-range, and it's a month, 2 months, 3 months. We call it a release. And we also plan for short term. For a week or two, it's a iteration or sprint. Anybody using sprints or iterations? Yes, with a demo at the end. And when we have a backlog and we have plans, we want to allocate those stories to the plans. But how we do that? Usually we would like to do it in a value-driven way. So we take the stories which bring the most value to the customer. Yes? But whose value is that? Is that the customer? How can we be sure that it's really his value? And how can we be sure that we deliver that value? We need to have some kind of value consideration which acts as a filter when we allocate. We take a story card, we see what are possible value considerations, and we put it to a plan. And either to a mid-range plan or to a short-range plan, yes? But to have that value considerations, we need to get them. We need to somehow elicitate them, but how? We need to know who are the stakeholders. We want to know their value considerations, yeah? And when we have people, we need to talk to them. It's always like this. When it's a development, when it's coding, you have beautiful tools. You have Visual Studio. You put a button and you have a list of methods available. You have samples. You have descriptions of attributes, yeah? And compare this to tools used 10 or 15 years ago, Turbo Pascal, Turbo Assembler. It's a huge jump ahead. And now think about requirement solicitation. It's the same as it was 50 years before. And it will be the same 50 years ahead, because we talk to people. It's difficult to automate this process. So we need to use some kind of structure, because if we just talk, yes, in a not organized way, then we may miss some important details. So we need some kind of a framework or a structure. And there are several frameworks for that, for getting the requirements, for getting the value considerations. And one of that framework is Discover to Deliver, which I would like to present today. Discover to Deliver is an agile framework for delivering high-value products. It was initially invented by Alan Gottesdiener and Mary Gorman. They are worldwide famous experts in agile requirements management and in facilitated workshops. Yes? And the method or the framework consists of several steps or several parts. And the main parts are, first of all, it's product partners. These are the stakeholders who have their own value considerations, and we want to know them and get their value considerations. Then there is a structured conversation. We talk to people, yes, and we want to do it in an organized way. So we run a structured conversation. But to run a conversation or workshop in a structured way, you need to have some kind of a guidance or a structure. So there comes the structure which is called 7 product dimensions. You slice your product into dimensions. You make it in a structured way. Yeah? So let's go through all these parts and see how the process is done. So first we go to product partners. Yes? Why should they consider all these product partners? Because they all might have their own value considerations. And the problem is that these value considerations might be unique, they might be overlapping, and they even might be conflicting with each other. Yes? When we have a user story on a story card, we usually have there a customer, a user. Yes? But user is not the only customer who is in place. User uses the product, but there's always somebody who buys the product, and they not usually the same. Let's say, for example, we have a department, you have a department manager, and you ask him to buy you a modeling tool. You will use the tool, but the department manager makes a decision on what to buy, or maybe use a freeware tool, which is not so convenient for you, yes? We have a business which cares about money, which cares about the result. We have technology, yes? And here comes the value. And the value is quite a tricky thing because it comes from different perspectives. It has different aspects. First of all, value might be tangible. It's the things which you can measure. It's actually business cares about tangible values. It's money, it's financials, it's revenue, it's cost. You want to increase revenue and you want to decrease cost. Yes, for example, if you work in a highly regulated or strictly regulated environment, for example, in a bank, you have so-called anti-money laundering procedures. Yes, and you have to install it or you'll get big fine. Yes, so you want to avoid the cost. Then there is intangible aspect of value. It comes from social aspects, it's human-oriented. It comes from experience of working with the product. Yes, so customer wants the product to be, it needs to be desirable, it needs to be desired, it needs to be good, it needs to be convenient, it needs to solve my headache, it needs to solve my pain. And also, we have technology considerations because we have good idea from business. It has very good return of investment. We have demanding customers who are ready to use it, yes? But we have also a technology part who say that, sorry, it's not feasible. The options which you want to put in, they're not feasible. We cannot build it easily. So we need to get all these parts and take a look into their value considerations, what they might be. Business usually cares about tangible things. It's return of investment, it's time to market, it's total cost of ownership, it's reputation. For technology, it's usually constraints which you put into the system. It's efficiency, it's readiness, it's testability, it's performance, it's usability. And for customer, it's usual values. It should be convenient. It should be cost effective. I should trust the product. Yes? So we want to gather all these different considerations because they might be in conflict with each other. So to get that, we talk to people. And if you just talk to people, you might have a random conversation. which is ad hoc, which is not structured, and we can miss some important things. So it's better if we do it in a structured way. To get it in a structured way, we run simply a structured conversation. What is a structured conversation? We have some kind of options which are available for the product which we want to build. We have value considerations from the product partners which we have, the three product partners: business, customer, and technology. And we use those value considerations as a filter. We explore, we filter, and we put it into our plan. Then here we have a confirmation, because we agree with each of the party, each of these product partners, that this really brings value. We deliver the first phase of the product and get back, we look back. We again go to the structured conversation. Why? Because those value considerations, they change with time. Next time I want to build the next iteration or want to release next part of the product, considerations might be totally changed, and I want to know about that. I want to run the structured conversation over and over again. Yes? So to run this in a structured way, I need to have some kind of a guidance. Yes? So for the guidance, we have so-called 7 product dimensions. If you apply use case modeling, or this new branch of use case modeling called use case 2.0 from Ericsson, I think, you might see that there are some similar things. The first dimension is user, yes, simply user, and we have an icon of a user. But what we can put there? First of all, of course, it's human users who interact with the system, but it can be any external system which interoperates with our product, which gives some information to our system or receives information from our system. Or it might be even a device which operates with our product. The structure does not tell you what method to use. If you use use case modeling, you can put an actor here. If you use user stories, you can put a user role here. You can put a persona here. If you use, or if you describe the user as an external system, you can put an integration specification here. It depends on you, it depends on your process. Then there is interface. Again, for the human users, we have user interface, we have sketches, we might have balsamic sketches, we might have some kind of dynamic prototypes, we might have paper prototypes. For external systems, it's a description, how we integrate. Then there is an action dimension which shows the capabilities of the system. Again, if you use use case modeling, a use case scenario would be a good candidate for this dimension. You can put here a simple workflow chart. You can put a process description describe a BPMN or any other. Just simple scenarios. Then there is data dimension. We usually work in some kind of domain. Yes, and domain might be difficult. And you want to be in that domain and talk the same language with your subject matter experts. So you at least want to have a dictionary. If you use UML, you can put a domain model created with a class diagram. You can create a data model with entity relationship diagram. You can put just a dictionary inside. It's just that you have a dimension for that and you know that you care about that. Then there is a control dimension. This dimension goes for business rules and business policies. For complex systems, there are always some business rules which we have to realize or to implement, and there are always policies which we have to conform to. Environment dimension. It's all about the environments where we develop our product or where we operate our product. So we want to know what are the characteristics of those environments. How can we operate them? And the last one, which is called quality attribute, it goes for all non-functional requirements which we have. Its performance, its reliability, its usability, its robustness, and so on. Yep. So how do we do it? Usually, I have a big wall, I put those stickers up on the wall, and I put items under each dimension. So I have the list of options available for the product. Right beside, I have a list of product partners and have their own value considerations. So for me, it's a tool to get options and to put them into next release or to put them into next iteration. Yeah? So let's look how the user story might look when we use those 7 product dimensions. Well, the canonical form of the user story uses only 2 dimensions. It's the user and it's the action. As a user, I need to perform some action so that there's value. Yes? Well, it's okay to have that, but usually it's not enough. We miss non-functional requirements. We miss business rules, yes? And these are crucial things sometimes, and you cannot miss them or you cannot put them at the end. You want to consider them at once. Let's go to a bit better case, where we have 4 dimensions. We have a user, we have action, we have data which we process, and we have control dimension, business rules. We might add additional dimension, 5th dimension. It depends on our process. And a fully dressed user story with all 7 dimensions. We have user, we have action, we have data, we have business rule, we have interface with some external systems. We have environment. Simply it's a web browser, but it might be more complicated thing. And we have quality attributes, for example, for running a transaction and its performance. Do we really need to have all the stories with fully dressed? No, it's not mandatory, but when you need that, when you have a complicated user story, you should be aware about that you have the possibility and how to describe it. Because anyway, in any of your project, you will have all the dimensions. It's just the case how many items you will have in each of the dimension. Yes, but you definitely will have all the dimensions filled. So we take our 7 product dimensions, we take the options, and according to value consideration as a filter, we put them to a current product release. So we know that we take the most valuable things because we have confirmation from all our product partners. We run a conversation with them. We confirm their value considerations. And we are ready to run it again and to see if they have changed. So let's now go to a case study. The first case study is my first experience with the framework. There was a project in one corporation, and the aim of the project was to build a project management platform tailored especially for that corporation. Corporation is a mid-sized European corporation for about 10,000 or 13,000 employees. It was a distributed team. Part was in Lithuania, in Latvia, in Finland, in Czech Republic. What was the problem? The project was running for several years, 3 or 4 years already, so it was not a greenfield project. And as always, when we start a project, we plan, okay, we will do it in about half a year, so we don't need to document anything. Everything is in Jira, everything is agile, but when you have 3 years or 4 years of running such project without structure, then there's in change management. And what the problem is that team was changing constantly. So new developers coming in, all coming out, and the knowledge was distributed in the team unevenly. So I decided to start from a method which worked well for me, use case modeling. I put actors, I put use cases, I know what the functionality is, and dig in, yes? But it showed up that this doesn't work for me because there are only one actor, it's project manager, and there are too few use cases to go deep. So I was wondering what should I do, and I tried to look for facilitated workshop path. And I went to Google and found up this Discover to Deliver framework. So what I did, I made a workshop. So mainly they were developers and testers. I've put all the dimensions, and we tried to go through them. User was one, it was project manager. Actions also, there were a few of actions. And for data, well, it was difficult to start, but the main critical part for the team, it was control dimension, business rules. There were a lot of difficult business rules in code, and some team members didn't know about them. So we, in the first workshop, discovered about 10 or 15 business rules. Then from business rules, we went to data. We showed what parts or what data is being processed. Invoices, which type of invoices, which projects, which types of projects, how they interconnect, what are the business rules gluing them together. And then it spinned off, and I hope it became better. Then the next case study is this was a bit confusing for me, because I'm usually do a software project. So I hope I know how to do it. But this was an infrastructure project. The aim of the project, or the goal of the project, was to move all ICT servers to the cloud, to reduce total cost of ownership, so that there is less money going out. Okay, but how I do it? How I started? There's a lot of servers, a lot of services running on those servers, and how I do that migration to the cloud. When I talk to ICT guys, those who actually would like to, will have to do the migration, the attitude was, don't worry, we'll just copy it. But I already have seen examples when this just copy doesn't work, because these services are critical. You need to know what's the maintenance window of the service when you can interrupt it. You need to know how many users are there. You need to know what's the data is stored, and how can you migrate that data. Do you need to clean up that data, and so on. So it was really difficult for me. What I've came up, we've decided to create a questionnaire based on 7 product dimensions. And another step was to consider value considerations from product partners. There were customers, users of those services, legal departments, development, management, and so on. There were business, ICT, CIO office, who wanted to reduce this total cost of ownership. And there were technology, those guys from ICT who need to perform the integration themselves. Yes? So first of all, we discovered our scope, how many servers there are. It was around several hundred servers. So we understood that it's impossible to move everything at once, and we tried to slice it according to the type. Is it a blade server? Is it a virtual machine or anything else? Yes? So we've created a questionnaire, send it to the service owners, and we've got a clear picture of what is running out. That this service is quite easy to migrate, and it will bring most value because it costs a lot. This server is difficult to migrate, and we won't get much value out of it. So we've been able to present a strong feasibility study to management, and according to that feasibility study, the plan was made for the first release, first group of servers which had to be migrated to the cloud. Yes, so this was a challenge for me, because I have never ever dealt with such projects, with infrastructure projects. But that's already in the past, and I need to move further. So what are the next steps? Previously, I was working in a company which is mostly project-based. Now I joined a company which is mostly product-based. We deliver products, and these products are quite complex. The company is called StormGeo, and the main products are decision support systems for weather-sensitive industries. For example, if there is a ship going from one port to another, then there is a fuel consumption, and you want to reduce that fuel consumption. And if there is a hurricane on the road or on your pathway, you want to avoid this hurricane so that maybe your passage will be longer, but consumption will be lower. So we work in several segments. It's an offshore, so mainly oil rigs, oil platforms. And for example, for oil rig, the main problem is to also see what are weather conditions, because oil platforms, they work by shifts. So one shift work for example 2 or 3 weeks, yes? And when your shift is over, helicopter has to come and take you off to the shore, yes? And if there are huge waves, helicopter just cannot go to the platform. So what you have to do, you need to reschedule it, because if you are idle on your platform, it costs you about €500,000 a day, and it's really sensitive for you. Then there is renewables. It's wind energy, yes? So also there is some kind of maintenance which is done by guys coming by helicopter. So you need to know what's the wave height, because when it's 1.5 meters, you can go. It's 20 centimeter bigger, you cannot go. There is also shipping, which I was talking about, so that you have to put the ship inside. So we provide these products, and the customers are really big and they're really sensitive. So we need to know that value, and we need to know how to consider those values and how to put most valuable things into the product. So our plan is to run a pilot in shipping segment for some of our shipping products, just to try to have a pilot to see if this framework works. So we are planning to apply 7 product dimensions. We are trying to apply product partners concept. We want to apply value consideration partners. And I hope that in a year or in some time later, I will be able to show you how we succeed, or if we not succeed with that method, and another method should be chosen, yes? But I hope that we will succeed, because previous experience shows that it's okay, yes? Okay, what should you do if you want to dig into the framework itself? There are several resources for that framework. First of all, it's a book written by Ellen Gottes, Dina, and Mary Gorman called Discover to Deliver. It has a beautiful case study and very nice explanation. Then there is another book which is not well known in Lithuania, but I hope that is one of the most valuable books for business analysts, because it teaches how to run a facilitative workshop. We all know that there are design patterns, yeah, for creating some good architectures. But in this book, you will find patterns for running a workshop. What to ask, how to ask, where to put things which are out of the blue, and so on. This is a very valuable book, and I strongly recommend this. Also, there is a support site for the method where you have visual language. For example, when you apply the method, the 7 dimensions, you want to put everything on the wall. So there are PDF with all the icons which you can print, put, and use it easily. And also there is EBG Consulting site. It's a company which is run by Ellen and Mary, and also a lot of articles, a lot of samples, a lot of agile games, which are on the method and on the Discover to Deliver, and also which take other methods. And the good news is that I have contacted Ellen and Mary before the Agile Tour, and they kindly agreed to provide discount for the book for the attendees of the Agile Tour. So if you would like to go deep and you would like to have a book, you can use the discount, but please be hurry, because it's valid until the 31st of October. Yes? So, if you have any questions, please ask now. If you think that you will have questions in future, you can easily contact me through email, because I'm always open for discussion, because I like it. Let's do it in a structured way. Thank you.
Okay, someone has a question.
Victor. Thank you for this nice presentation of this model. And my question is, like every theoretical model has to have a criticism. Are you aware of any criticism for this model?
Yeah.
And if so, could you tell us a little bit more about it?
Well, the problem is that, first of all, it has to be adapted to your process, as always, yes, it's not ready in use. Then, when you have 7 product dimensions, yes, you have all these options. There is a question how you combine them back to user story and so on, yes. There's no supported tool for that. You can try to configure Jira. Actually, I, in my projects, try to use Confluence and created different pages for each dimension. So it's a question how you combine all these options back. So that's maybe, how to say, missing part, or you have to think it yourself how to do it.
Like every, yeah, of course. And my second question is related. You mentioned this product partners. Is that the right definition?
Yeah.
It reminded me in standard project management terminology, this is kind of stakeholders.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
So you mentioned 3 of those, like business, technology, and customer.
Yeah.
How do you prioritize?
It depends on the product. It depends on the process, because if you're a technologist, then for you perhaps the most valuable is business, because he pays your salary, yeah, and you have to consider their considerations. But from the other side, you cannot just leave out the customer, and you cannot listen to the technologies, because it's always like this. Let's do it fast. Let's deliver, yes, but nobody thinks about what's next, yes, because our architecture might be corrupted, and any change which goes after will be very painful. Usually business doesn't think about that, so you need to be a strong salesman in technology to sell that idea that architecture will have to stay robust.
Yeah, so basically this part is actual, regardless the model we use, the prioritization.
There's some kind of, I suggest that there's some kind of a trade-off that must be done according to the product or the project which you are in, because there is no universal formula on how to prioritize it. Yes, you always try to solve it, because, and even perhaps it's not a goal of the framework how to prioritize them. You just want to have them all, have all their value considerations, and then gather them together and see how you do it. Actually, as a business analyst, you stay aside. You are a facilitator of the workshop. You put them together and try to make them speak the same language. That's the main task, perhaps, because as I see that the main problem is that people speak different language. I say a book, and you may understand it in one way, and I understand another way. Yeah. So the common language is the most important.
This is not a question, just maybe comment that usually this is made according to the value, like prioritization based on value, but again, technology value and the business value, it's difficult to evaluate in the same language, as you say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Anyone else? Okay.
You've mentioned at the beginning that you checked several methods,
yeah.
And this is one of the models. Can you just mention some other candidates?
Well, first of all, I start from, as usual, I always start from use case modeling. For the kind of projects when you have some kind of a legacy system and you want to move it to a new environment, I try to start from use cases, to abstract from the code you have, from this white box you have. I want to see the black box, so the user and functionality for him, yes? But when it's not available, you switch to now. So one of them is discover to deliver. Another one is a method, I don't remember the name, but it's described in this requirements by collaboration book, when you run a workshop to get the requirements. Yes, so it's maybe not even the method, it's like a workshop pattern, how you do it. Yes, so I can't name it now, but if you write me an email later, I will look and say and answer you what the name of the method is.
Okay, so one more time, we want to say thank you for the speech.
Thank you.
And applause. Okay, don't forget to leave feedback. Once again, I will say it. You can leave feedback in internet or in your paper form. So, goodbye. Taigi, pradedam. Manau, visi jau susirinko. Duodu žodį mūsų pranešėjui. Prašom.
Sveiki, aš esu Karolis. Prieš kokią valandą Laimonas manęs klausė, ar kalbėsiu apie projektą, kurį mes bandėm nužudyti. Tai ne, iš tikrųjų kalbėsiu apie projektą, kurį mes bandėm reanimuoti, trankydami elektrošokų per 3 mėnesius daug kartų. Ir visgi mes tą lavoną prikėlėm, gyvas, vaikšto, juda. Trumpai apie mane. Dirbu Teo. Esu apie projektą, kurį mes įgyvendinom Teo praeitais metais ir dirbam ties juo ir toliau. Žinau, kas yra Agile'as, su Scrum'u, Kanbanu, Lean'u esu pažįstamas pakankamai nemažai, daugiau negu 3 metai dirbu grynai Scrum'iniai komandai, prieš tai anksčiau bandėm daryti Agile'ą kaip ir daugelis kitų žmonių. Gidas, kaip išgyventi zombių apokalipsę. Projektai, kuriuos darom pirmą kartą nežinomose platformose, nežinomom technologijom, ant nežinomų devaisų, su galbūt nepažįstama komanda, reikalauja tokio pakankamai didelio požiūrio, kaip mes tai darysim, nes dažniausiai tenai tas lavonas jisai miršta kartas nuo karto. Ir jeigu mes tam tikrų momentų nepriimsim teisingų sprendimų, mes paskui turėsim, techniniais terminais kalbant, labai daug technical depto, kitais terminais kalbant, projektas tiesiog numirs ir mes neturėsim šio visiškai jokios naudos. Niekas nekalbėjo šiandien apie Agile manifestą, kaip praeitose konferencijose, tai čia trumpas ir kepas maždaug, kas yra Agile'as, su tokiu humoro jausmu. Trumpai taip, kad priminti visiems. Ir būtent apie šitą projektą, aš pavadinau, kaip stūmėm Agile projektą mūsų organizacijų. Tai organizacija yra didelė, dirba Teo porą tūkstančių žmonių, neskaitant dukterinių kompanijų. Ir IT mūsų padalinį, Agile'ų, Scrum'ų mes dirbom plius minus keli metai. Kai kurios komandos anksčiau pradėjo, kai kurios komandos pradėjo vėliau. Organizacijoje pačioj dirbti Agile'ų, dirbti lankščiau, dirbti kitaip, mažom iteracijom, darbas prasidėjo visai neseniai, galim grubiai sakyti, galim praeitais metais. Čia vienas iš pirmųjų projektų, kur mes darėm kitaip, negu buvo įprasta. Pirmas punktas, va čia parašyta, turėjom roadmapą, tai nesėkmių žemėlapį. Mes nesėkmių žemėlapį pasidarėm paskui, kaip matysit, jisai labai atspindi tą visą situaciją, tą projektą. Ką mes darėm kitaip ir kaip mes pardavinėjom managementui kitaip, kad mes iš tikrųjų darėm ne projektą, mes darėm demo. Darėm iteratyviai, pastoviai darėm iteracijom, skraminiam iteracijom, kas kelias savaitės, kalbėsim apie demo, darėm 3 mėnesius, ne projektą, kelių metų. Darėm greičiau, ne greitai, todėl kad rezultatas, kaip žinot, porą savaičių demo. Neišleidom daug pinigų, darėm ne projektų vadovai, kuris surašė skaupą, darėm klientam, klientai tai šiuo atveju galutiniai vartotojai, kurie tikrai vartos tą projektą. Turėjom ne projektų vadovą, ne kažkokį tais management teamą ar dar kažką, turėjom komandą, kuri dirbo su šitų projektų. Buvo labai gera susidirbus komanda, kalbu apie developerius, testuotojus ir tie žmonės, kurie hands-on darė. Turėjom tech leadą prieš projektą, paskui turėjom papildomą komandą, nes paskui papasakosiu, kas atsitiko su tech leadu. Turėjom, pradžioj galvojom, turėjom partnerius, vienus, kitus, vienais atvejais, kitais atvejais, paskui finale paaiškėjo labai daug iššūkių. Ir darėm turėdami tam tikrą biudžetą, ir darėm turėdami tam tikrą terminą. Tai reiškiasi, nebuvo iškalta ant akmens skaupas, kurį mes turim padaryti. Buvo kalbėta, kad mes turim padaryti kažką iš šito funkcionalumo per tokį terminą ir už tiek pinigų. Trumpai apie projektą. Matė kas nors Teo inžinierius, kur važinėjo su tam raudonom mašinėlėm? Matė kas nors? Pakelkit rankas. Matėt, kas su kokiais devaisais jie važinėdavo anksčiau? Jo, su atsuktuvais ir dar prie atsuktuvų turėdavo ir kompus. Tuose kompuose, norint pašalinti gedimą, įdėkti paslaugą, mes suskaičiavom, jie naudojo iki 12 aplikacijų vienu metu pas vieną klientą. Tai reiškia, mes turėjom labai daug aplikacijų, labai įvairių. Tai yra testuoti tinklą, tai yra updatint routerius, pasižiūrėti duomenys apie klientą ir panašiai ir panašiai. Tai, kad 12 aplikacijų naudoti yra neefektyvu ir mes galim vieno inžinieriaus darbo laiką per dieną sutaupyti. Jeigu paskaičiuosit valandą vieno inžinieriaus, kai turim 400 inžinierių, pavertus pinigais, tai yra dideli skaičiai ir mes galim nepriimdami naujų inžinierių daug greičiau įdėti klientui paslaugą arba pašalinti gedimą. Nes jeigu paskambinsit į Teo, būtumėt paskambinę į Teo anksčiau prieš pusę metų paprašę įdėkti internetą, jums būtų reikėję laukti galbūt iki poros savaičių, tam tikrais atvejais greičiau. Nes tiesiog užsakymų kiekis yra didelis ir inžinierių kiekis yra ribotas. Nes, kaip minėjau, tai yra 400, bet jų yra maždaug per pusę privatiem klientam ir verslui. Trumpai apie tai, ką mes darėm. Darėm demo, turėjom 3 mėnesius, čia yra tas deadline'as, kurį mes buvom sutarę. Turėjom 400 vartotojų galutinių, čia yra tie inžinieriai. Ir tai buvo tikrai politiškai, strategiškai labai svarbus projektas, todėl kad benefitai atnešti to projekto yra labai didelė organizacija, labai matomi ir labai matomi klientam. Vienas atvejis, kai inžinierius pas tave atvažiuoja su laptopu ir tu matai, kaip jisai bando pasikeltas visas aplikacijas ir dirbti, ir kitas atvejis, tu matai, kaip jisai pasiema planšetę, atsidaro vieną aplikaciją ir su jie dirba daug paprasčiau. Vidinė komanda, 7 produkto savininkai, čia tas paveiksliukas labai gerai imituoja, kad daug rėkiančių, mažai dirbančių. Turėjom komandos kito nuo 3 iki 5 vidinių programuotojų, kurie dirbo prie naujo funkcionalumo, 4 legacy sistemų programuotojai. Ir noriu pabrėžti, kai visi šneka apie legacy, dažniausiai šneka, kad tenai yra technical depthas, tenai yra blogai ir tenai geriau yra nelyst. Šitoj prezentacijoje aš apie legacy kalbu, kad tai yra sena sistema, kuri yra vartojama ir kuri dar tuo metu turi ir palaikymą. Tai reiškia, yra ongoing incidentai, plėtros darbai ir papildomai dar darbai, kurie ateina iš mūsų projektų. Vienas techninės įrangos atrinkimas ir tiekimas, tai reiškia, tos planšetės mes jų neturėjom ir tai turėjo būti vieno tipo viena planšetė visiems inžinieriam vienoda. Ir nusprendėm, kad tai bus 15-14 žmonių testinė inžinierių grupė. Tai reiškia, pusė verslo inžinierių, pusė inžinierių privačių, kurie testuos, žiūrės mumis kas 2 savaitės, ką mes padarėm, ar jiems tas funkcionalumas yra reikalingas, ar jisai veikia, ir jie duos mums feedbacką, ne kažkas kitas. Šitas didelis dinozauras su trumpom rankom. Tai yra pagrindinis dalykas, kuris buvo mūsų projekte ir pagrindinis dalykas, kurį jūs turit visuose projektuose ir visuose organizacijose. Tai yra žmonės, skyrius ar kažkas, kuris jums duoda pinigus. Kuris finansuoja projektą, kuris finansuoja dar kažką, ta prasme, nesvarbu ką, bet jisai yra pinigų šaltinis. Ta lempa, kuri ten yra apačioje ir kurios jisai nepasiekia tom rankom. Kai žmonės pardavinėja Agile organizacijos, jie labai dažnai tai pradeda daryti buzzwordais. Mes dirbsim Scrum'u, mes darysim Kanbaną, mes darysim dar kažką ir viskas bus labai puiku ir fantastiška. Managementui dažniausiai yra tas suvokimas, arba tiem žmonėm, kurie duoda pinigus, yra tas suvokimas, kad jeigu tu užsidarysi į tą savo Scrum'ą, kurį tu jam nupieši ir parodai kaip kvadračiuką, kad prie durų stovės ten Scrum Masteris, piktas nieko neįleidinės, jie galvoja, kad jie neturės visiškai jokios kontrolės. Tas trumpos rankos, tai reiškia, kad jie neturi jokios kontrolės. Ir tai yra blogai. Jie todėl dažniausiai nenori Agile, jie todėl dažniausiai nenori Scrum'ų ir nenori Kanbanų. Aš papasakosiu, kaip mes tai pakeitėm ir kaip mes padarėm, kad tos rankos jų pailgėtų. Ir aš manau, kad visiškai visose organizacijose reikia būtent taip pardavinėti managementui pokyčius, o ne kitaip, ne buzzwordais. Taigi, kas gali būti blogai? Turim projektą, turim deadline'ą, turim pinigus, turim komandą, turim tiekėją, kuris duos device'us, viskas fantastika. Kas gali spėti, kas buvo blogai? Kas nors? Ja, viskas buvo blogai iš tikrųjų. Čia yra potencialių bėdų žemėlapis, kurias mes turėjom per tą 3 mėnesių iteraciją. Iki mėnuo 0 tai yra pasiruošimas projektui ir mėnuo 0 tai yra projekto startas, kada mes turėjom pradėti developint. Deadline'as yra pakankamai aiškus, data yra įsivardinta. Ir va tiek mes kartų kratėm tą lavoną elektrošoku, nes tiekis kartų bandė numirti. Pirma bėda, kurią turėjom, neduoda žalios šviesos. Managementas, tas drakonas, dinozauras ir tos trumpos rankos nepasiekiančios tos lempos. Čia yra būtent ta bėda, kai jie galvoja, kad tu darysi Agile, kad tu užsidarysi ir kad tu visiškai neprisileisi juos tos 3 mėnesius, kad jie tau duos pinigus ir tu neaišku, kur juos padės ir neaišku, ar kas nors bus naudingo iš to projekto. Vėlgi, kai buvo kalba būtent šitoje stadijoje pagrindinė idėja buvo, kad projekto skaupas yra vat toks ir tai bus 1,5 metų projektas su labai daug žmonių dirbančių ir labai daug pinigų išleistų. Pagrindinė idėja buvo, kad bet koks vėlavimas pradėti yra vėlavimas pabaigti. Mes puikiai tai žinojom, managementas puikiai tai žinojo, projektų vadovai ir projekto komanda puikiai tai žinojo. Tai žinojo visi. Bet gaut žalę šviesą projekto startui buvo labai daug problemų. Nebuvo apibrėžta nauda, nebuvo aiški apimtis, labai daug skirtingų nuomonių, nes kai kambarį susodini žmonės iš verslo klientų, iš privačių klientų, jie visi pradeda aiškintis, kas kam yra svarbiau ir kuris yra svarbesnis. Kai mes sprendėm, mes sutarėm, kad ta pirma iteracija, vat būtent 3 mėnesių, nedarom pilno projekto, būtent darom demo 3 mėnesių, apie kurį aš ir kalbu, kad mes paleidžiam iš karto po kelių savaičių ir pastoviai ne 400 žmonių, o būtent 15, tai yra mes minimizuojam riziką, nes kadangi tie žmonės pereinamuoju laikotarpiu turės turėti 2 devices, tai yra ir kompas, ir planšetė. Pasimatavom naudą, kad po mūsų demo bus pusvalandis sutaupyto inžinieriaus laiko. Kai buvo matuotas laikas elementariuoju būdu, prasme, paskui inžinierių sekiojo iš paskos kelias savaitės skirtingus žmonės su chronometrais, juos erzino ir matavo, kiek laiko, ką jie daro. Nepamatuosi kitaip. Kartais reikia daryti ir taip. Ir nusprendėm, sutarėm, kad galutiniai vartotojai, tie inžinieriai, jie sakys ir su jais kalbėsi. Mes visą tai palikom projektų vadovui ir tiem žmonėm, kurie tenai sprendžia, verslo analitikam, kad jie tikrai kalbės su inžinieriais, jie tikrai gaus iš jų reikalavimus ir jie tikrai dirbs su jais. Problemą išsprendė. Antra bėda – nežinomos technologijos. Kai kalbu apie planšetės ir apie aplikaciją, planšetės pas mus buvo Windowsinės, jose turėjo būti standartinė KDV, kompiuterinė darbo vieta, prasme, ta, kuri yra ir pas visus kompus. Tai nebuvo Androidas, tai nebuvo iOSas ir nebuvo dar kažkas. Ir nežinau, ar teko daryti kam nors Windows App Store'us, dirbti prie jų ir panašiai, jie turi kitą frameworką. Tenai yra Windows RT visiškai kitas frameworkas. Ir tai yra bėda, nes pas mūsų organizacijai niekas to frameworko nežinojo. Iš tikrųjų, pats Microsoftas jo nelabai žinojo. Jo, čia juokinga istorija, bet tuo metu buvo Windows 8.1, dabar yra Windows 10 ir kai jie keitė Windows versiją, jie perdarinėjo tą frameworką. Aplikacijos rašytos ant Windows 8.1, ant Windows 10 tiesiog neveikia. Tai buvo tas pereinamasis laikotarpis, kai jie patys nežinojo, ar tai veiks, nes tie žmonės, kuriais iš Microsoft'o mes kalbėjom, jie to API-us nedarė. Ir dar jie nežinojo, nes neturėjo dokumentacijos, nes tai buvo konfidencialu. Taigi, papildomai prie to mes turėjom įrenginius, kurie yra kažkur anapus, mes esam susirašę reikalavimus tiem įrenginiam ir nežinom, kokie ten tiksliai bus. Nei gamintojas, nei parametrai, nei niekas. Kaip mes sprendėm šitą dalyką? Išlengvinom, minimizavom funkcinį svorį aplikacijos. Iš aplikacijos pasidarėm, kad tai bus tik tais frontendinė aplikacija, bendraujanti per API su backendu. Ir didžiąją dalį funkcionalumo logikos ir skaičiavimo dėjom į tas aplikacijas arba kabinom ant tų aplikacijų, kur ten jau tai yra. Nauja technologija Sakė žmonės, kad žino Windows appsus puikiai, moka su jais dirbti. Buvo tokie subrangovai, kurie taip kleimino, mes jiem atidavėm daryti aplikaciją ir sakė, mes darysim backendą, tarpusavį susitiksim ties restinio API, jie apsirašysim ir viskas turi veikti. Pasiėmėm demo įrenginius iš tiekėjų. Demo įrenginiai, kuriuos mes turėjom, jie buvo 7. Šitą bėdą kaip ir išsisprendėme, baimių nebeliko. Windows appsus kodinis tiekėjas, demo įrenginius turim. Puiku. Trečia bėda. Team leadas išėjo. Ką daryti? Žmogus turi geriausias žinias prie backendinės aplikacijos, kuri skirstė inžinierių darbo laiką, jisai daug žinojo dalykinės srities, kaip jie dirba, kodėl jie dirba. Ir žmogus buvo, kuris daug dirba. Literally daug dirba. Tai buvo ta situacija ir ta tokia iš liūdnesnių istorijų, kai mes tą žmogų tiesiog paleidom. Abipusis sutarimas, mes negalėjom jo laikyti, nes žmogaus gali pririšti prie radiatoriaus su antrankiais, bet nepatartina. Ir papildėm mūsų komandą kitai žmonėm. Padėjo labai geras backlogo sutvarkymas, nes mes nuo pat pradžių, kai darėmės backlogą, mes dėliojam prioritetus, kurie bus must, should, could arba won't. Šitoj vietoj mes iš karto atmetėm visus dalykus, kadangi -1 žmogus, kurie yra could, ir nusprendėm, kad jų irgi nebedarys. Pas mus funkcionalume liko must ir should. Dan, nežinia dingo, sprendėm 3 bėdą. Čia jau net nebežinau, ką pasakyti. Pasirodo vidury projekto, kai susitikom patys su galutiniais inžinieriais, galutiniais vartotojais, kad visgi prioritetai yra ne tie. Dalis funkcionalumo jau yra padaryta. Tai reiškia, kad tai, ką mes darėm ir buvo įrašyta kaip must, pasirodo inžinieriam yra want ir jiem nereikia to funkcionalumo. Tai, kas buvo įrašyta ties want, tiksliau want, jiem reikėjo to funkcionalumo. Šitoj vietoj tai, ko mes nebuvom padarę, mes vertėm funkcionalumą visiškai aukštinkojom. Tai reiškia, groomingai, kuriuos mes turėjom prieš tai, jie faktiškai buvo nebereikalingi, mes išeikvojom tenai visiškai laiką, nes mes vėl turim groominti per naują, ne tą funkcionalumą, kurį groominom prieš tai. Tos funkcijos, kurios darėm, jos buvo į stalčių. Tada mes pasidarėm didelį workshopą, susikvietėm daug tų inžinierių, pasidarėm tokį, reiškiasi, diegimo interneto ir gedimų šalinimo vakarėlį vidury dienos, kur sėdėjo inžinieriai ir rodė, kaip jie konfigūruoja įrangą, kaip jie šalina gedimus, kaip jie dieginėja naujas paslaugas, kaip jie vartoja tas visas 12 aplikacijų, kurios tenai yra, ir iš tų aplikacijų, kuriom konkrečiai funkcijom naudojas ir kuriom ne. Tai buvo būtent tas, kad parodykit, kaip jūs daro dabar, ir apsirašom tą funkciją, nes mums nėra iki galo aišku. Šitas dalykas, žinokit, jis yra auksinis. Jeigu tai yra sunku padaryti, jeigu jūs darot galutiniam vartotojam kaip klientam, nežinau, e-commerce shopas, dar kažkas, galima daryti, bandyti kitaip, klausinėti pažįstamų, daryti apklausą, daryti A/B testingą ar kažką panašaus. Jeigu darot vidiniam klientam, vidiniam vartotojam, kurių turit kelis šimtus, ne keliasdešimt, tai yra nepakeičiamas daiktas. Kitas punktas. Praradom subrangovą, kuris žinojo, kaip daryti Windows Store aplikacijas. Kleimino, kad žinojo. Čia yra 2 skirtingi dalykai, tarp kitko nesumaišykit. Ir čia buvo priklausomybė. Todėl, kad praėjo nemažai laiko, funkcionalumas turėjo būti padarytas, mes realiai turėjom dizainą. Jisai nepadarė kelinto sprinto iš eilės, nepridavė kodo, nors tai buvo susitarta, kad jisai kodą dės tenai kasdieną į mūsų TFS-ą. Žinau, mes naudojam TFS-ą, pasikeisim. Ir jisai buvo visiškai nenusiteikęs bendrauti. Nekelimas ragelio arba susipykimas vidury pokalbio, tai būdavo normalu. Mes neturėjom ką daryti, nes mes pradėjom pyktis viduj su projektų vadovais, su developeriais ir panašiai, kad mes turim backendą, kuris kaip ir veikia, bet kurį kaip ir galima išmesti, nes frontendo lygtais nėra. bet turim dizainą. Išmetėme tą subrangovą, suradom dar vieną komandą, pusiau vidinę, pusiau išorinę, tai reiškia žmonės, kurie buvo išoriniai, kita kompanija, bet jie gavos kaip ir mūsų vidiniai po šiai dienai, nes jie vis dar dirba, jie dirba kiekvieną dieną su TFS-u, labai gerai dirba su programeriais, su analitikais ir su viskuo, mes su jais daily bendraujam ir mes laikom tą komandą grinai vidinę, nes rezultatas, kurį jie atnešė, jis yra iš tikrųjų labai nepakeičiamas. Ir šiuo atveju outsourcas, jeigu jūs abejojate, jisai yra įmanomas, geras dalykas, tik reikia mokėti dirbti. Tai yra sudėtinga, bet įmanoma. Dar kartą pakeitėm projekto skaupą, susimažinom funkcionalumą, todėl kad praėjo laiko, funkcionalumas nepadarytas, nebuvo tiesiog ko daryti. Ir nusprendėm testuoti ant 2 skirtingų įrenginių, kurie yra labiausiai tikėtini, kad bus. Tai yra įrenginys A ir įrenginys B. Mes galvojam, kad tikrai bus vienas iš jų. 100% buvom įstikinę. Įranga neatvažiavo. Projektą tuo reikės paleidinėti visai neužilgo. Reikia konfigūruoti, reikia testuoti, o įrangos nėra. Pasirodo reikalavimai, tie, kurie buvo parašyti, tokių įrenginių tiesiog neegzistuoja šioje žemėje. Norėjom gerų, negavom nei vieną. Pasėmėm panašiausius įrenginius, kurie galėtų atitikti mūsų reikalavimus susimažinom ir garsiai įsivardinom rizikas mūsų PV komitetui. PV komitetui turiu omeny steering komitetui, didelėse organizacijose kiekvienas projektas turi steering komitetą. Rizikos buvo priimtos, buvo nuspręsta, kad mums reikia ir susimažinti skaupą, ir susimažinti funkcionalumo reikalavimus tiem įrenginiam, galutiniam įrenginiam. Ir tada finale važiavom su keliais įrenginiais. Aišku, ne vienas iš tų nebuvo galutinis, vėlgi, nes galiai išsirinkom kitą. Ir bėda, kai darai ant Windows'ų ir ant, vėlgi atsiprašau, žinau, kad čia yra .NET žmonių, bet ne faktas, kad ta pati aplikacija veiks ant kito device'o, kurio ant veikia prieš tai. Nežinau, kodėl taip yra, bet ne faktas. Testavom, ant kai kurių neveikia. Kodėl? Tiesa kažkur anapus. Microsoftas irgi tai negalėjo atsakyti, ar kitko klausėm kelis kartus. Legacy baubas. Yra daug darbų, yra daug aplikacijų, kur tie žmonės, kurie dirbo prie kai kurių mūsų galutinių darbų, jie žinojo tam tikras sistemas ir jie turėjo kito darbo. Tai yra kiti plėtros darbai prie tų sistemų ir incidentai, tai yra bugai, kurie iš prodo važiuodavo kasdien. Jų kiekis be abejo varijuodavo, bet mums reikėjo kažkaip tai spręsti. Toks atgal į ateitį, nes naują funkcionalumą kišam į senas sistemas. Mes tai sprendėm, sakyčiau, pakankamai paprastai. Mes susidėliojom, kad tos komandos, kai kurios dirbs Scrum'u, kai kurios Kanban'u ir pasidarysim tuos visiškai skirtingus takelius. Jeigu planuojam sprintą ir planuojam kažkiek tais funkcionalumo plėtrai, pasiliekam ne tik palaikymui, bet pasiliekam ir darbam, kurie ateina iš šito projekto. Paskui pasidarėm savaitinius sprintus, kad greičiau matyti rezultatą, nes daug kas sako, kad savaitiniai sprintai yra neoptimalu, nes daugiau laiko gaiši planavimui, demo, review ir panašiai. Ne visai tai yra tiesa, tai yra dalinai tiesa, bet automatiškai tie artefaktai, tai yra planavimas ir panašiai, jie užims mažiau laiko. Griežtos kodo taisyklės. Čia yra svarbus punktas, negalima jo pamiršti. Jeigu kažkas sugalvos pas jūs naujas komandos narys ir kitas komandos narys programinti taip, kaip jam atrodo geriau, ir kitas žmogus to nesupras, jūs turėsite didelę problemą, nes komanda maža, projektas yra pakankamai reiklus ir jūs nepasirašysit, gali būti, kad nepasirašysit testų. Automatiniai testai vėlgi yra kertinis dalykas. Keičiat funkcionalumą, ypatingai seną. Neturėsit testų. Jeigu developeriai investuoja į testus, nežinau, kiek čia developerių, kiek menedžerių, gal gali projektų vadovai rankas pakelti, jeigu čia yra bent vienas. Tai jeigu Jeigu developeriai sako, kad jiem reikia testų, patikėkit, testų reikia jum, ne jiem. Nes tas funkcionalumas jisai nukris, jisai neveiks ir greičiausiai ne tie žmonės bus kalti. Nes projekto rezultatas bus vis tiek finaliai neveikiantis. Skirtingos aplikos, environmentai, vėlgi, prodą, devą turi visi. Kas nors dar turi papildomai sitą ir watą. O bent vieną iš šitų dviejų. Iš tikrųjų reikia turėti jų daug daugiau. Labai gerai, jeigu dar turėtumėt prie prodą. Testavimas palengvėja ir tai gelbsti projektus. Gyvybės irgi tame tarpe, nes daug kas infarktą gali gauti paskui. Taigi, projektą kaip ir iš tikrųjų išsprendėm. Atsiprašau. Projektas finišavo sėkmingai, kaip be būtų keistas, su truputėlį mažesniu funkcionalumu negu buvo planuota iš pradžių. Jisai turėjo didelę vertę, išliekamąją vertę, todėl taupė inžinierių laiką ir jisai vyksta iki šiol. Mes jį pradėjom praeitų metų 3. ketvirtį, šią dieną mes vis dar įkodinam. Ne todėl, kad mes blogai įkodinam, dėl kad ten darbo labai daug tiesiog. Very nice. Iš tikrųjų, great success. Mūsų organizacija pripažino šitą projektą kaip labai sėkmingą iš visiškai visų įmanomų pusių, nes jiem neskaudėjo galvos, dėl to jie neišleido daug pinigų ir managementui tai yra geras projektas. Mums irgi tai yra geras projektas, nes galtiniai vartotojai inžinieriai džiaugiasi ir ta aplikacija, kurią jie vartoja, jiem jinai yra patogi. Funkcionalumo be abejo trūksta, todėl mes tą funkcionalumą dar vis darom, žmonių dirbančių prie to projekto kiekis yra limituotas, bet galtinis rezultatas overall yra tikrai neblogas. Taigi išsinešimui. Daug kas bijo fiksuoto biudžeto ir deadline'o. Tai yra visiškas gėris, todėl kad tam drakonui, krokodilui ar whatever, tai prailgina rankas. Jisai tada jaučiasi turėdamas kontrolę, kad tu neišleisi daugiau pinigų ir tu nevėluosi to projekto. Tiesiog pačiam priekį reikia sutart tam tikrą pinigų kiekį ir tam tikrą deadline. Tiem žmonėm, kurie duoda pinigus, jiem yra ramiau. Pas juos rizika yra sumažinta, nes jie žino, kad tą dieną tu pas juos turėsi ateit su tam tikrų rezultatų. Jeigu tu to nepadarai, vadinasi, projektas yra failintas ir yra išleistas tik tas pinigų kiekis, kurį jiem davė, kuris buvo patvirtintas, ne daugiau. Ir žaibiški vadybiniai sprendimai. Jeigu kažką reikia priimti, kažkokį sprendimą, turi būti žmonės, projektų vadovai, visiškai nesvarbu kas, bet turi būti įgalintas geriausia vienas žmogus, kuris gali priimti sprendimą dabar. Jeigu jūs turit steering komitetą arba dar kažką, kuris renkasi per 2 savaitės vieną kartą ir jisai nuspręs jūsų sprendimą po 2 savaičių, jau yra blogai. Sprendimas turi būti priimtas tada, kai yra užduotas klausimas. Dažniausiai tai yra sunku įgyvendinti, bet tas žmogus, kuris priiminėja sprendimus, jisai turi prisimti tą atsakomybę. Ir managementas, steering komitetas būtinai turi įgalinti tą žmogų priimti bent jau tam tikrus sprendimus. Aš nekalbu apie deadline'o pratesimą, aš nekalbu apie didesnių pinigų davimą ar panašiai. Bet tarkim, kokius device'us perkam arba kokį funkcionalumą dedam, verčiam, priimam naują žmogų į komandą, išmetam žmogų iš komandos. Tie sprendimai turi būti priimami iš karto, nedelsiant. Išsinešimui 2. Vartotojai turi būti advokatai. Tie žmonės, kurie vartos, tie žmonės, kurie naudos jūsų aplikaciją. Ne projektų vadovai, ne analitikai, ne dar kažkas. Galutiniai vartotojai. Jeigu skaitėt kas nors Jasono Friedmano berods knygą, yra rework tenai parašyta. Ir man labai patiko tas punktas, kurį jie rašė apie tai, kada jie registruoja bugą pas save į sistemą. Ir ar jie jį registruoja. Jie pasakė ne. Žinot kodėl? Niekas nežino. Atsakymas buvo labai paprastas. Jeigu mes turėsim bugą sistemoje arba jeigu vartotojai norės naujo funkcionalumo, mes gausim tiek spamo mailais, kad mes tikrai to daikto nepamiršim. Čia irgi yra approachas. Kvestionuokit backlogą, jeigu nesat tikras. Klauskit 158 kartus, ar šitas feature'as tikrai yra reikalingas. gali būti, kad jisai nebus reikalingas ir tai bus tik tais kai kurių žmonių įsivaizdavimas, kad jisai palengvins gyvenimą. Demo turi būti su pamatuojama verte. Tai jeigu mes žiūrėsim apie most viable product, jisai tikrai turi būti su pamatuojama verte. Jis turi ne tik veikt, bet tą jo vertę turi galėti pamatuoti finansiškai, skaičiais, tai kaip mėgsta žmonės, kurie duoda jums pinigus. Trumpos iteracijos, vėlgi. Kaip sakiau, jeigu turėsit iteracijas 2 savaičių, tai yra ok. Jeigu turėsit savaitės, tai bus dar geriau, todėl kad jūs po savaitę žinosit, kad jūs feilinot, o ne po 2. Jeigu jūs turit labai rizikingą kažkokį tais projektą, tokį kaip turėjome mes. Mažiau funkcionalumo į nežinomą technologiją, čia yra rizikos mažinimas irgi. Mūsų patirtis sako, kad tai apsimoka daryti, nes jeigu jūs ypatingai ant nežinomos technologijos stato tokią svarbią aplikaciją, jūs galit labai skausmingai nukentėti. Jūs tiesiog busit išleidę pinigus, išmetę savo laiką, susipykę su tiekėjais, projektų vadovais, menedžeriais ar dar kažkuo. Tas rizikų sąrašas, jisai turi būti įvertintas, pamatuotas ir būtinai turi būti priimti sprendimai iki projekto pradžios, žiūrint į backlog. Testuoti įrangą nuo 0 dienos. Mūsų atveju tai parodė, kad irgi tai yra reikalingas dalykas, ypatingai jeigu tu nežinai, ant kokios įrangos tai bus. Jeigu jūs turite įrangą pačioje pradžioje, jums dar ją reikės susikonfigūruoti, greičiausiai pratestuoti ir panašiai. Tai yra žiauriai svarbu. Paskutinis punktas, jisai yra paskutinis, bet jisai yra vienas iš svarbesnių, jeigu ne pats svarbiausias. Jūs turite turėti susidirbusias komandas. Jeigu suburėt naują komandą projektui, jinai nedeliverins iš pradžių taip, kaip jūs norėsit. Jos capacity bus daug mažesnis negu kiekvieno individualaus žmogaus tenai. Žmonės yra individualybės savais poreikiais, pomėgiais, galbūt kažkas garsiai klausysis muzikos, kažkas garsiai gers kavą ar visiškai nesvarbu ką. Ir jie tiesiog negalės sėdėti vienam kabinete. Jeigu jie negalės sėdėti vienam kabinete, jūs turit problemą. Jeigu jie nenori daryti vienas kito code review, jūs turit problemą. Jeigu jie vienas kitam nepatinka, jūs turit problemą bet kokiu atveju. Tie žmonės dažniausiai turi būti patikrinti, susidirbę ir jūs galite įmest pabandymui 1, galbūt 2 žmonės, galbūt pridėti kitą komandą, kuri dirbs greta, bet komanda turi būti komanda. Didžioji dalis žmonių iš jūsų turbūt žino ir ar dirba komandose, ar dirba greta komandų, tai yra tikrai svarbus dalykas. Tiek, imkite ir naudokit. Gal kas turi klausimą?
Sveiki. Mano klausimas būtų, kokį tiekėją praspyrė taps?
Negaliu sakyti.
Tada kitas klausimas būtų...
Jeigu prieisi paskui, galėsim pašnekėti, bet pavadinimą neįvardins.
Supratau. Kitas klausimas, tas drakonas, jisai sudalyvavo 0 mėnesyje, kai davė pinigų ir rezultatą gavo 3 mėnesį. Taip?
Drakonas dalyvavo visą laiką.
O kaip jis dalyvavo?
Drakonas yra tas, kuris duoda pinigus ir tas, kuris žiūri rezultatą pamatuojamą, bet kai aš kalbu apie steering komitetus, nežinau, ar esi su tuo susidūręs, projekto didelėse, ypatingai governance struktūrose yra steering komitetai projektų, jie vyksta pastoviai ir tie žmonės, kurie duoda pinigus, dažniausiai yra dalyviai arba dažniausiai yra owneriai to projekto. Steering komitetuose jie sėdi tenai.
Jūsų atveju, kaip dažnai vyko tas komitetas?
Steering komitetas, kas 2 savaitės.
Ačiū.
Taip, dar kas nors...
Didžioji dalis žmonių dirbančių tam projekte buvo mano. Aš dirbau programavimo testavimo padalinio vadovu. Aš buvau priskirtas konkrečiai prie to projekto kaip konsultantas. Tiek konsultuot projektų vadovus, kurie iki šiol nebuvo dirbę tokio approach'ų, tiek analitikus, tiek kažkiek tais padėti susidirbti pačiai komandai, kuri, kaip matėte, ta prasme, keitėsi ir panašiai.
Sveiki, aš Viktoras. Tokie 2 klausimai. O to žmogaus, kuris galėjo priiminėti žaibiškus vadybinius sprendimus. Kokia buvo jo rolė projekte ir koks lygis maždaug?
Depends, kam yra įgalinta ta rolė. Didžiąją dalį sprendimų priiminėjau aš pats. Jeigu man reikdavo sprendimų, kurie liečia piniginius klausimus, kad mes galbūt keičiam arba iš to biudžeto išimam tam tikrą dalį pinigų ir alokuojam ten vienam ar kitam tiekėjui, renginiam ar panašiai, tai darydavo arba projektų vadovas, jeigu susijęs su hardvaru, jeigu su sprendimais kompanijos viduje, kartais spręsdavau aš, kartais spręsdavo projektų vadovas. Jeigu ten būdavo kalba apie jautresnius dalykus, kaip minėjau, biudžetus pačius ir panašiai, tada eidavom į steering komitetą. Kartais steering komitetą galima sušaukti ir on request.
Kitas klausimas, jūs projekto pradžioje ar darėt rizikų workshopus ir jeigu darėt, tai ar ten buvo tarptų rizikų, tos rizikos, kurios paskui atsirado?
Ne visos. Didžioji dalis rizikų tenai buvo įvardinta. Buvo įvardinta, kad tiekėjas yra mūsų nepatikrintas, buvo įvardinta, kad neturim devaisų, buvo įvardinta, kad turim dar kitų ongoing darbų ir panašiai. Tenai tikrai nebuvo įvardintos tokios rizikos, kaip duos sprendimą ar neduos ir panašiai. Jos ne visos buvo įvardintos, dalis jų buvo įvardinta.
Ačiū.
Sakė, klausimų daug nebus, apgav.
Aš turiu klausimą apie fiksuotą biudžetą ir deadline'us.
Taip.
Kai žmonės dažniausiai pradeda dirbti Agile, tai būna vienas didžiausių iššūkių nustatyti deadline'us, nes tu neplanuoji viso projekto nuo A iki Z. Tai kaip jūs pateikdavot tos deadline'us, kaip nustatydavot?
Būtent, kai aš kalbu apie deadline'ą, mūsų planavimas buvo, tiksliau vertinimas to projekto buvo visiškai empirinis, based on experience. Ir mes pasižiūrėjom, kad plius minus su tokiu kiekiu žmonių mes galim padaryti per tokį laiko tarpą kažką naudingo. Ir tai buvo grynai assumptionas, kuris pasitvirtino. Ir tai dažniausiai sprendimai, kurie yra daromi based on assumptions. Ir tavo patirtim, ypatingai toj kompanijoje patirtim, ne kažkur perskaityti internete, nes tu žinai tų komandų velocity ir panašiai, jie 90% atvejų pasitvirtina ir nukrypsta labai nedaug. Tai čia buvo būtent tas sprendimas, kaip mes planuosim biudžetą, tai yra tiesiog pasiskaičiuoja tam tikrą laiko tarpą ir maksimaliai žmonių komandos kiek gali dirbti prie to produkto. Su deadline'u yra tas pats.
O sakykit, prašau, sprintų ilgumą, kaip nusprendėt, kad savaitę? Tik tai teoriškai paskaičiavot, kad jums tai atsipirks ar bandėt praktiškai prailginti, tarkim, iki 2 savaičių ar panašiai?
Sprintas ar savaitė ir 2, ar ne?
Jo.
Pradžiai mes dirbom 2 savaičių sprintais. Rodžiau tenai, pradžiai buvo dirbama 2 savaičių sprintais, kai mes turėjom tiekėją ir kai mes pradėjom dirbti su naujų tiekėjų. Kai su tiekėjo atsisveikinom ir iš tikrųjų mes negavom to kodo, mes visiškai viską išmetėm, mes gavom tik tais, turėjom dizainus, screenshotus ir panašiai, kurie buvo siunčiami mailais ir panašiai. Mes tada pasidarėm savaitinius sprintus, nes mes neturėjom kitos išeities. Buvo daug laiko jau išeikvota, liko daug mažiau laiko iki projekto, negu yra planuota, kad viską pradėt nuo nulio. Ir mes nusprendėm, kad reikia dirbti savaitėm, kad turėt greitesnį rezultatą ir daug anksčiau pasakyti menedžeriam, kad sorry, bet mes nedeliverinsim.
Taip, dar kas nors? Matau, kad niekas. Nu tai ką, padėkosiu už gerą pranešimą.
Dėkui.
Atlokim. Ir dar kartą pasikartosiu dėl grįžtamojo ryšio. Užpildykit, pasakykit savo nuomonę tiek popieriniais variantais arba internetu. Ačiū.